Chapter 4073. Xiao Hua pondered again. However, that might not be the case. There's no spiritual energy in the wilderness, so how did the human race cultivate back then? Perhaps this fluctuation is the cultivation path of the Empyreans in the wilderness. The fluctuation was like a straw, giving Xiao Hua, who was on the brink of death, a sliver of hope. However, Sun Jian and the others weren't in such a good mood. They watched as the colorful halos split everyone into several groups. Sun Jian stared fixedly at the two people closest to him. As expected, the two of them also turned into withered bones. Sun Jian hurriedly turned to look at a distant halo. That halo had long since been empty. The immortal generals inside were nowhere to be found. Sun Jian panicked. He turned to look in another direction. Several immortal soldiers were floating strangely on one side of the halo. They didn't move at all. Whether it was the expression on their faces or the shock in their eyes, they were all still. When he looked at the other side of the immortal soldiers, he saw 3 to 5 toddlers waving their chubby arms and gradually disappearing into the pitch-black night sky. This bizarre scene caused Sun Jian's hair to stand on end. He couldn't help but look down at his own body, then at Xiao Hua, who was on his arm. "Can you see?" Sun Jian knew that Xiao Hua couldn't hear him clearly, but he still couldn't help but ask. After all, 10 days of fear had made his heart grow like grass. Not speaking would make him anxious. "I see it," Xiao Hua said. "You catch me, sigh." Sun Jian naturally knew that Xiao Hua was powerless against this bizarre situation. He sighed and looked to his left. The immortal soldiers and immortal generals who had been swept into Black Ruins Mountain with Sun Jian and Xiao Hua had now scattered into different halos and different time domains. Perhaps only the heavens knew if they were still alive or not. Swoosh. Sun Jian had just sighed when several more fluctuations rushed over. They were like drizzling rain. Sun Jian trembled inexplicably. Only after seeing that there were no changes to his body did he relax. Xiao Hua hurriedly urged his invisible nascent soul to absorb the fluctuations into his nascent soul. At the same time, after one of the fluctuations, Xiao Hua's essence blood recovered another strand. Several more days passed, and no more halos appeared in front of Xiao Hua and Sun Jian's eyes. Clearly, this large area was governed by the same laws of time. Moreover, in this area, Yuan Qi fluctuations and other strange fluctuations appeared one after another. Xiao Hua's blood essence had yet to be replenished, and his body still couldn't move. Therefore, he couldn't try to absorb other energy fluctuations. As for the space, Xiao Hua's mind was still unable to enter it. However, the space had already loosened a little. Xiao Hua knew that this was most likely related to the laws of time within the area. There's another ring of light ahead. In the pitch-black space, any light would always travel far. Sun Jian warned them from afar. Xiao Hua didn't bother to answer, he just waited for his essence blood to recover. Swoosh. After passing through a layer of halo, Xiao Hua and Sun Jian's figures suddenly became illusory. Their heads were already a day away, while their feet were still at the place where they had just entered the region. Looking at this strange scene and the deformed corporeal body, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly stirred. He thought to himself, in this heavenly prison, there's no such thing as Zhang or Li, right? There's only the sky and the moon. However, in different regions, the sky and the sky, the moon and the moon, the year and the year, can they be compared? Of course, after several days, when Xiao Hua and Sun Jian flew out of this region, their legs also rushed through the halo along with their heads. They didn't really stay in the other region. And in this region, Xiao Hua's face gradually regained its color. Although the blood essence that had been extracted by the Sky Man's white bone hadn't completely recovered, it was enough for Xiaohua to move. Sun Jian. When Xiaohua opened his mouth, both of them were shocked. Because this voice was extremely similar to what they usually spoke. Taoist Master Xiao. Sun Jian hurriedly retracted his arm. With an indescribable expression on his face, he asked, "Who is that Sun Hao? And what is that white bone of yours?" Xiaohua smiled bitterly. He urged his magic power to stop, but no matter how he urged it, his flying body couldn't stop. Under the laws of time, I'm afraid there's no laws that can resist it. Xiaohua seemed to be deep in thought. His gaze looked towards the pitch-black distance. Perhaps in other regions, there'll be an opportunity to urge my magic power to stop. If I don't stop, sooner or later I'll fall into an unpredictable region and die without a burial place. After thinking it through, Xiaohua looked at Sun Jian with a bitter smile and replied, "Sun Jian, you and I have fallen into the Black Ruins Mountain. Since ancient times, no cultivator has ever been able to escape from there. What's the use of you asking so much? Could it be that you can report to the immortal emperor? Besides, I also don't know who Sun Hao is." Saying that, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and said, "Give me that blood-colored bone." "No." Sun Jian had just said half a sentence when he dejectedly took out the blood bone from his bosom and handed it to Xiaohua. He said, "You're right. Since you and I can't get out, what's the use of asking these things? Yeah, since we can't get out, what's the use of those magic treasures?" Xiaohua said with a smile, "I seem to have seen you have a Kunlun mirror before. Why don't you give that treasure to me as well? That's not the real Kunlun mirror." Sun Jian ignored Xiaohua's teasing and said, "That's just the outer shell of the Kunlun mirror. Without the core of the Kunlun mirror, there wouldn't be a Kunlun wonderland inside, let alone the real Kunlun mirror." Xiaohua looked into the distance and held his chin with his hand. He said thoughtfully, "Sun Jian, you and I can be together now, but drifting in this heavenly prison, can we be together forever?" "Impossible." Sun Jian shook his head. "Perhaps after the next halo, even if I pull you, you and I will still be separated. Then do you think you can get out of this heavenly prison alive?" Xiaohua asked again. Sun Jian looked at Xiaohua in confusion and asked curiously, "What does Taoist Xiao mean?" "Nothing, I'm bored, I'm just casually asking." Xiaohua said with a smile. "Let's not talk about the time fluctuation first." Sun Jian said, "Under that fluctuation, I don't have any power to resist and will definitely fall. Even if there is no fluctuation, in that pitch-black space like before, I can't cultivate and my lifespan can't increase. I will still die of old age here. If you can cultivate, you have a chance to live." Xiaohua asked back. Sun Jian waved his hand and ignored Xiaohua, as if what Xiaohua said was a joke. "Give me the outer shell of the Kunlun mirror." Xiaohua stretched out his hand and said, "Maybe I will give you a surprise." Although Sun Jian knew that his Kunlun mirror was trash in the heavenly prison, he was still not moved by Xiaohua's words. He replied indifferently, "The Kunlun mirror was bestowed by the immortal emperor. If you don't say it, how can I give it to you?" "Damn it." Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "I forgot that the Kunlun mirror was bestowed by the immortal emperor. How can you casually take it out?" It's just that Xiaohua's mind couldn't easily enter the space, so he naturally couldn't take out his Kunlun mirror. Therefore, he thought for a moment and didn't say anything. After flying for another 100 days, the two of them passed through 4 to 5 different time zones. Not only did Xiaohua's blood essence recover, he could also enter the space. When Xiaohua's mind entered the space and asked a little, he was stunned again. Because whether it was the green-robed Xiaohua, Fu Jiwen and the other disciples, none of them felt any change in time. The entire space was the same as before. Moreover, the time that passed was similar to Xiao Hua's estimation. I understand. After pondering for a moment and calculating the time that he estimated was different from the time that the green-robed Xiao Hua said. Xiao Hua somewhat understood. The time in this space is originally independent, just like the stacked Jade Legacy realm. However, because my mind is somewhat connected with the space, the time in this space is the same as the time zone that I came out of. Just like after the opening of the stacked Jade Legacy realm, it gradually synchronized with the time of the Dragon Island. Previously, when I entered the Black Ruins Mountain, there were no time fluctuations. Therefore, time also didn't flow in this space. Of course, the time zone in this heavenly prison is different from the Xiantian Great Formation at the bottom of the West Ocean. That great formation forcibly stimulated time. Although there is time passing in this time zone, I can't see it. I can only see the time passing in the outside area. Those fallen immortal soldiers might have already died of old age in my eyes, but they might still be living well in there. However, Xiao Hua's thoughts were all based on his own understanding. Whether they were correct or not, he himself didn't know. However, when he took out his Kunlun mirror, Sun Jian was completely dumbfounded. He looked at the two almost identical Kunlun mirrors in disbelief and asked in a low voice, Daoist Zhao's Kunlun mirror, is there a Kunlun immortal realm? There is. Xiao Hua replied without the slightest hesitation, if true monarch Qing Yuan is willing, you can also go in and cultivate. How is that possible? Sun Jian shook his head, this place can't activate magic treasures. It's impossible for you to take me in. Xiao Hua smiled faintly and waved the Kunlun mirror in his hand, saying, Hee, if you give your Kunlun mirror to me, I might give you a pleasant surprise. Hee, Daoist Xiao must be joking. Sun Jian said with a smile, this place can't refine magic treasures. How are you going to refine two magic treasures that are originally one? Tell me. Are you going to give or not? Xiao Hua revealed his greedy nature. Give. Why wouldn't you give? Sun Jian raised his hand and stuffed the Kunlun mirror into Xiao Hua's hand, saying, I still want to see the difference between the real Kunlun Immortal Realm and Penglai Immortal Realm. Xiao Hua was overjoyed. He took Sun Jian's Kunlun mirror and sent it into the space along with his own Kunlun mirror for green-robed Xiao Hua to refine. Then, he suddenly realized something, saying, True monarch Qing Yuan, what do you mean? What is the relationship between Penglai Immortal Realm and Kunlun Immortal Realm? Why do you want to see the difference between them? Chapter 4074. This? Sun Jian hesitated, as if he had some secrets he didn't want to say. After a while, he said, the Kunlun mirror has the Kunlun Immortal Realm, then, the other magic treasures also have the Penglai Immortal Realm. What magic treasures? Xiao Hua was confused. Also, the Penglai Immortal Realm, isn't it in the Immortal Palace? This is a secret of the Immortal Palace. I only learned about it by chance, so it's not detailed. Sun Jian's words were a little vague. TCH. Xiao Hua sneered. You and I are already prepared to die in the heavenly prison, what secrets do you still want to keep? This is the Immortal Emperor's secret. The more Sun Jian explained, the more information he revealed. In the end, Sun Jian simply stopped talking. Hee. Xiao Hua laughed and didn't ask any more. He began to sit cross-legged in the air with his eyes closed, allowing his body to drift into the depths of the heavenly prison while he calmed his mind to capture the fluctuations that were gradually becoming denser. There were many fluctuations in this area, and it could be said that they were heterogeneous. Xiao Hua could only distinguish the fluctuations of heaven and earth Yuan Qi and couldn't distinguish the other fluctuations. Seeing Xiao Hua sitting down as if he was cultivating, Sun Jian was a bit bewildered. However, seeing that there wasn't a trace of the world's origin energy around him, Sun Jian couldn't help but bitterly smile. He closed his eyes and rested for a moment before his thoughts became chaotic again. Not good. Another few days passed. Xiao Hua was selecting and testing the fluctuations when Sun Jian suddenly cried out. Xiao Hua opened his eyes and saw many rings of light in front of him. They were connected to each other, forming a very strange pattern. Oh no! Xiao Hua frowned and squinted his eyes. After a while, he sighed and said, "Perfected Lord Qingyuan, if there is no miracle, I'm afraid this is where you and I will part ways." Yes, it should be. Sun Jian's gaze is somewhat complicated as he looks at Xiao Hua. He clasps his hands and says, "I have known Daoist Xiao for a while. I also know that Daoist Xiao is a good man who is loyal to his feelings. It's a pity that you and I are different from each other. I was demoted to Black Ruin Mountain because of you, and now I'll be buried in the heavenly prison with you. We're even." Ah! Xiao Hua was stunned. You came to guard Black Ruin Mountain because of me. Oh, I understand. In an instant, Xiao Hua understood a lot. He nodded and said, "Since that's the case, then this Xiao will definitely repay you." However, before Xiao Hua could say a few words, the two of them suddenly sped up, and several indescribable auras rushed towards the two of them like hot air in the cold winter. When these auras landed on Xiao Hua's body, Xiao Hua involuntarily had a strange feeling. It was as if there were people talking and people fighting within these auras. There was even the fragrance of the earth and the dampness of the rain. Of course, these auras felt different, but it gave Xiao Hua a misconception that there was a small world within each of these auras. However, Xiao Hua didn't have time to ponder. That net-like halo quickly appeared in front of the two of them, and even a faint strand of light landed right in front of them. As Xiao Hua expected, wrinkles quickly appeared on Sun Jian's face at the other end of the light thread. "Don't struggle." Xiao Hua didn't care whether Sun Jian could understand his words or not. He took out the Kunlun mirror with his mind, and then hurriedly released it to wrap around Sun Jian. However, Xiao Hua forgot that these were two different time zones. His eyes could see them, but his mind couldn't find them. Damn it! Xiao Hua didn't forget to hold the Kunlun mirror with one hand. His mind was like looking for a needle in a haystack, randomly waving around. At this moment, a stream of light suddenly streaked past Sun Jian, and a fist-sized black box appeared in Xiao Hua's field of vision. At the same time, Xiao Hua's mind suddenly felt a strange fluctuation in the distance. Xiao Hua didn't hesitate. His mind swept towards the distance, and Sun Jian and the black box disappeared from Xiao Hua's sight at the same time. Phew! Xiao Hua let out a sigh of relief, and withdrew his mind like a waterfall. Sun Jian and the black box fell into his space. At this moment, Xiao Hua's figure rushed into another area. After that halo, Xiao Hua's mind was actually cut off by 30%. Damn it, that was close. Xiao Hua patted his chest very naturally. With his mind cut off, he could still cultivate through the sun-shrouding art and secret techniques. If he was half a step late, Sun Jian would have really died in that area. However, Xiao Hua didn't have time to check Sun Jian and the box at this moment, because in the immediate area, countless fluctuations surged over like a flood, drowning Xiao Hua in a moment. Only after several tens of days did Xiao Hua finally raise his head happily from the drowning of the fluctuations. His face was filled with pleasant surprise as he said with a smile, "Fellow Taoists, have you all noticed the abnormality of these fluctuations?" "Alright, I'll let you know." Bonehoned Xiao Hua said first, "I have already found a fluctuation similar to the one in the blood pool of gods and demons. I can use this fluctuation to temper my bones." Phoenix body Xiaohua naturally didn't want to fall behind, and replied, I also found a fluctuation suitable for myself. Although I haven't tried it yet, since fellow Daoist can use it, I can also use it. Hee, fellow Daoist. Xiaohua of the dragon vein smiled even more. This poor Daoist is formed from the dragon spirit qi of the dragon domain. There are actually 4 or 5 of these fluctuations that this poor Daoist feels familiar. This poor Daoist can cultivate with them. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he asked, can this fluctuation be activated with the heavenly dragon speech technique? Of course not. Dragon vein Xiaohua replied, this fluctuation contains a higher level of dragon spirit energy. I can use it to cultivate, but if it's activated with the heavenly dragon speech technique, it won't work. I understand. Xiaohua nodded, it should be that this heavenly dragon speech technique is too low level. Yeah. In that case, this fluctuation, it's strange again. Dragon vein Xiaohua replied. Little brother, can also use it. A low voice timidly replied. It was the demonic spirit Xiaohua. Hearing this voice, who would know that it was a demonic spirit that devoured blood? Oh. Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled, and asked curiously, demonic spirits need black flames and demonic blood, with demonic energy. Oh, I understand, demonic energy can also be contained within fluctuations. Exactly. The demonic spirit's voice was still very low, and within this fluctuation, there are almost 10 types that I can devour. What about Confucian immortal friend? Xiaohua was somewhat concerned about Confucian immortal friend Xiaohua. Confucian immortal friend Xiaohua said proudly, don't worry, immortal friend. If it was before I obtained innate true qi, I would still be somewhat confused. But after understanding the 5 qi's unifications technique and the essence of true qi cultivation, I don't need to rely on external objects to cultivate Confucian cultivation techniques to the literary star realm. Of course, within this fluctuation, I also discovered 2 fluctuations that were similar to righteous qi. After I cultivate the 9 cauldrons and core of essence, I will concentrate on the matter of fluctuations. Good. Xiaohua looked at the pitch-black heaven prison, as well as the specks of light within the boundless darkness, and said with a smile, in the eyes of others, this heaven prison is the end of life. In our eyes, it should be the starting point of a wonderful life. The fluctuations that others can't use to cultivate are the essence of heaven and earth that we casually pluck. And the death zone that others can only sit and wait for death is the paradise for us to cultivate. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to think too much, just treat this disaster as a closed-door cultivation. Haha, that's right. Confucian immortal friend Xiaohua said with a smile. Immortal friend Xiaohua always wanted to go into closed-door cultivation, but in the end, you didn't have the time to do so. Because of the mundane affairs, you flew all over the hidden immortal continent. Now, even the heavens can't stand it anymore and gave you this chance to go into closed-door cultivation. Why don't you make good use of it? Xiaohua smiled bitterly, touched his nose and said, Immortal friend, this kind of closed-door cultivation opportunity, I feel that it's better to have less of it. In the hidden immortal continent, I always know that I'm alive, but in this place, who knows when I'll be able to escape from here. Perhaps our closed-door cultivation this time is a closed-door cultivation where we'll never be able to come out. Don't tell me there's no chance to go out. Dragon vein Xiaohua said in a low voice, for example, that space crack in the folded jade legacy realm. This place is not a space tunnel where you can find the exit. Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Even if I's illusion breaker magic eye can tear the void, it can't be used here. Speaking up to here, Xiaohua's heart moved, then he frowned and said, however, when we first entered this area, there were several indescribable auras, extremely strange. It was completely different from the deathly stillness in this heavenly prison. Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment, let I think. After a moment, Xiaohua opened his mouth again. Everyone must still remember the situation that day, right? In this heavenly prison, there were originally no halos, but because the time rules were different in the places where the time zones touched, they produced dazzling halos. In the beginning, between the two halos, we didn't discover any strange aura. That's because the two halos were very close to each other. But recently, there were more halos, which means that the time zones also increased at the same time. The places where these halos didn't touch should be the places where the time zones didn't cover. That aura should be emitted from these time gaps. That's right. Confucian immortal Xiaohua shouted, these time gaps are some fragments of the heavenly prison, which is our chance to escape. The problem is. Dragon Vein Xiaohua shook his head, how do we use these fragments? I have been to the stacked Jade Legacy realm, the situation there is different from here. It seems that we don't have any power to escape here, even if we find the real time gaps, it still won't work. Confucian immortal Xiaohua was silent for a moment, then said, having hope is better than nothing. Now, let's think about how to find the time fragments to return to the hidden immortal continent. Naturally, we'll use fellow Taoists' divine sense to find it. Bone-honing Xiaohua also suggested, perhaps we can find it, hiss. Xiaohua suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air, as if he thought of something. Sure enough, Confucian immortal Xiaohua smiled, fellow Taoist seems to have forgotten fellow Taoist soul cultivator, he has the way south opposite north technique. Moreover, fellow Taoist's universal transference token has the mark of the Black Wind Mountains transmission array, and it seems that fellow Taoist also left a divine sense mark on the snowy mountain of the Western Paradise's Linglong Temple. If fellow Taoist's divine sense is strong enough, or fellow Taoist soul cultivator's way south opposite north technique is profound enough, we might have a chance to get out. Chapter 4075. Fellow Immortal is right. Xiaohua nodded. First of all, we should cultivate diligently and cultivate our techniques to the extreme. Maybe some kind of magical ability can help us escape from the heavenly prison. Second, I should fly towards the depths of the heavenly prison. Maybe we can find some usable time fragments and have a chance to escape. Finally, I should refine my divine sense and let fellow Taoist refine the soul technique and the going south way north technique. Once we find the Great Snow Mountain's divine sense mark between the fragments, we can use the going south way north technique to escape from here. But, Demon Spirit Xiaohua asked in a low voice, we can't use any magical ability here. We can't use it here, but it doesn't mean we can't use it elsewhere. Especially near the time fragments. Xiaohua smiled. Moreover, if we can find the divine sense mark there, the going south way north technique can also be used. We'll listen to fellow Taoists' instructions. The group of primordial spirits were overjoyed. They agreed and went to cultivate. Xiaohua's psyche entered the soul formation sky and explained everything to the soul cultivator Xiaohua. When the soul cultivator Xiaohua flew out from the mysterious dark clouds, he didn't leave Xiaohua's body. Immediately, his body flashed with brilliant green light and countless energy waves rushed into his body like moths to a flame. The green seal appeared out of thin air and fluttered around him. There's a strong aura of desolation here. Soul cultivator Xiaohua said happily. I should cultivate here. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and nodded. As long as you don't leave I's body, you can cultivate anywhere. However, fellow Taoist must focus on the going south way north technique. This is the foundation of our escape. Fellow Taoist, don't expect too much from this technique. Soul cultivator Xiaohua shook his head. Not to mention whether this technique can take us back to the pure land from here, even if it can, I can't practice it with my current cultivation. In fellow Taoist's opinion. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't naively think that he could leave the heavenly prison immediately. Soul cultivator Xiaohua thought for a moment and replied, "Solitary sky is the most basic condition." Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded when he heard this, but what made him dumbfounded was still behind. "I'm afraid that it will be 1,000 years before I can cultivate to the silent sky realm." 1,000 years later. Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out, "Such a long time." It only takes a little more than 1,000 years to complete soul cultivation. Fellow Daoist, don't you think you're blessed by the heavens? Soul cultivator Xiaohua mocked. That's right, I was too greedy. Xiaohua was disappointed, but he immediately came to his senses. Fellow Daoist, take your time and cultivate. Don't be anxious. Right now, we are in seclusion. Whether it's 1,000 years or 10,000 years, we can only leave seclusion once we succeed. All right. Soul cultivator Xiaohua replied, then began to cultivate. Xiaohua's consciousness retreated. He looked at the many primordial spirits cultivating, then entered the space again. This area in the space was exactly the same as the Kunlun Wonderland. Sun Jian, who looked like a withered old man, was sitting there with a black box beside him. Perfected Lord Qingyuan. The Jade Archive Xiaohua still transformed into Xiaohua's appearance and landed in front of Sun Jian. Sun Jian turned his fish-like eyes and looked at Xiaohua indifferently, as if he didn't recognize him. After half a cup of tea's time, he hesitated and asked tentatively, Xiaohua. That's right. Xiaohua nodded. It's me. Perfected Xiao. Sun Jian suddenly seemed to come alive. He jumped up with difficulty and pulled Xiaohua, saying, Didn't we still escape from the heavenly prison? Seeing Sun Jian like this, Xiaohua felt a little bitter in his heart. He said in a low voice, Perfected Lord Qingyuan, don't be anxious. Tell me what happened first. What happened? Sun Jian let out a bitter laugh. There were actually some tears in his eyes. You and I fell into the Black Ruins Mountain. Previously, we were still drifting in the heavenly prison together. As immortal soldiers and immortal generals fell one after another, it was time for us to part. Too much time has passed. I already can't remember what you said at that time. I only know that after you finished speaking, you didn't say anything. No matter how I talked to you, you ignored me. You stopped outside the halo, not moving at all. Later, I also got tired and stopped paying attention to you. I drifted in the pitch-black heavenly prison by myself. Perhaps it was 2,000 years or 3,000 years. I don't know exactly how long it was. I only remember that I was getting older and older, and my lifespan was getting closer and closer. Finally, another huge force pulled me out of the pitch-black darkness. This pull lasted for several hundred years. Then, you came. At this point, Sun Jian looked around and asked again, why didn't you change at all? Isn't this the hidden immortal continent? Where is this place? Xiaohua held his chin. His heart was in a perilous situation. To him, it was merely a short moment. But to Sun Jian, it was actually 3,000 years. Time law is indeed the most profound law in this world. Sun Jian didn't pursue the matter. 3,000 years of time had given him enough patience. Xiaohua replied, True monarch Qingyuan, do you still remember the Kunlun mirror case you gave me? Could it be, this place is the Kunlun immortal realm? Sun Jian said in shock. Then you yourself, I am naturally still in the heavenly prison. Xiaohua nodded and said, You just fell into that time zone. I immediately used the Kunlun mirror to take you into the Kunlun immortal realm. To me, it was merely an instant. But to you, it was different. Therefore, I didn't change at all. I understand. Sun Jian nodded slightly and said with a sigh, it was merely an instant. My life has reached its end again. Xiao Hua looked at Sun Jian's withered face and asked, fellow immortal, your lifespan has reached its end. Sun Jian shook his head. Fellow immortal, can you cultivate in the Kunlun immortal realm? Since Fu Jiwen could cultivate in the space, Sun Jian could naturally cultivate as well. However, Xiao Hua still asked. Sigh. Sun Jian sighed. Looking at the picturesque Kunlun immortal realm, he said, the path of cultivation has already left me 1,000 years ago. You and I are no longer on the same path. Ah. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. Sun Jian had stayed in the heavenly prison for 3,000 years. He couldn't cultivate. 3,000 years was enough to change everything. You have already lost your cultivation? Xiao Hua asked probingly. Sun Jian shook his head. If I didn't have my cultivation, how could I have lived until now? However, right now, my cultivation is almost the same as not having it. I only want to devote my remaining life to the mountains and rivers. I hope that Taoist Master Xiao will give me this opportunity. Don't you want to try cultivating? Xiao Hua advised. When I just came in, I thought about it. Sun Jian finally spoke the truth. Furthermore, I also tried it. I can cultivate in this Kunlun immortal realm. However, my lifespan is almost up. If I can't break through my realm, I'm afraid I can't live for another year. Ha! Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, since Taoist Master Qing Yuan is willing, then it's easy. While speaking, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and pointed his index finger at Sun Jian's forehead. At the top of the void breaker eye, a strand of crystal light entered it. Sun Jian's body shook and he hurriedly closed his eyes. After half a cup of tea's time, when Xiao Hua moved his finger away, tears flowed out from the corners of Sun Jian's eyes. Without opening his eyes, he shouted, the ancient said that it's enough to die at night. I finally understand. After speaking, Sun Jian opened his eyes and was about to throw himself on the ground and kowtow to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his sleeve and helped him up. He said with a smile, Taoist Master Qing Yuan, although you and I are different from Taoists and Confucians, what you said in Black Ruins Mountain was right. You and I have become friends and both of us are hypocritical. Now that you are in the heavenly prison because of me, how can I not save you? Of course, it's still too early for me to say anything about saving you out of the heavenly prison. This 5-cheese unification technique, just treat it as a small token of my appreciation. I can accept your appreciation, but I can't forget the ceremony of teaching. Sun Jian thought for a while and replied stubbornly, Master Xiao, just call me Sun Jian in the future. Thinking about Sun Jian's loyalty to the immortal emperor, Xiao Hua smiled bitterly and said, as you wish. Sure enough, Sun Jian immediately asked, can I tell the immortal emperor about this 5-cheese unification technique? Xiao Hua said helplessly, let's not talk about this first. We'll talk about it after we get out of the heavenly prison. Yes, Master Xiao. Sun Jian nodded. Ha, Sun Jian, no need to be so polite. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's best if it's the same as before. Otherwise, I'll feel awkward too. All right. Sun Jian said with a smile, I understand. Then you should hurry up and cultivate. Xiao Hua said, if your lifespan is almost up and you still haven't broken through, just tell me. I might have other ways. Actually, it's not that I can't break through to the 5th grade of essence energy. Sun Jian said with a smile, it's that I'm not willing to break through. Because I feel that there are some flaws in my cultivation technique. If I break through to the 5th grade of essence energy, there will be some flaws that are hard to fix. Now that I have mastered Zhao's cultivation technique, breaking through to the 5th grade of essence energy is just around the corner. Haha, that's good. Xiaohua took out a transmission talisman and said, if you have any questions or want to find me, you can send a transmission talisman to me. This transmission talisman can be sent outside of the Kunlun immortal realm. Sun Jian was a little confused. Xiaohua's figure flew up and said with a smile, of course not. But I have a clone cultivating in the Kunlun immortal realm. Master Xiao is actually a clone right now. Sun Jian was extremely astonished. What cultivation level is Master Xiao at? I'm not a literary star either. Xiaohua said as he flew, fellow immortal son can use it as a target to try. Haha, of course. Sun Jian laughed loudly and said heroically, I still have to find Sun Hao to settle the score. How can it be possible without the strength of a literary star? Jade Archive Xiaohua flew up into the air. With a wave of his hand, the black box that was placed not far away from Sun Jian previously appeared in his hand. This box looked very ordinary. There were no runes on its surface, nor were there any fluctuations. However, even Jade Archive Xiaohua's gaze could not see through such an ordinary item. Damn it, how can something that can appear in the heaven prison and not be destroyed by the time array be ordinary? Jade Archive Xiaohua did not dare to carelessly destroy this box. After thinking for a while, he carefully sent the box to a corner of the space and then flew out of the barrier around Sun Jian's area. Chapter 4076. As soon as the Jade Archive Xiaohua appeared in the space, the green-robed Xiaohua appeared in front of him with a rare serious expression. He said, fellow Daoist, this is the biggest crisis we have encountered in our lives. That's right. The Jade Archive Xiaohua nodded. But we were lucky enough to survive in the heavenly prison. I didn't have time to cultivate in seclusion, so I will cultivate in seclusion to my heart's content this time. Fellow Daoist, you should take charge of the cultivation of the formless nascent soul and those scattered nascent souls. Let's see how far you can cultivate. All right. The green-robed Xiaohua also knew the danger of this trip, so he agreed. The Jade Archive Xiaohua left the space and fell into Xiaohua's lower dantian, urging the formless nascent soul to cultivate. Seeing that everything was arranged properly, Xiaohua looked at the endless darkness, sat down cross-legged, and continued to refine his divine sense. His divine sense was like a hammer, but it was still far from being able to find the great snow mountain's divine sense mark in the heavenly prison. Cultivators often said that cultivation was without time, and cultivating in the heavenly prison was even more without time. Following Xiaohua's seclusion, his figure floated past one time zone after another. These time zones either had fluctuations used for cultivation, or were empty and silent, or had some chaotic fluctuations. When there were fluctuations, Xiaohua began to cultivate. When there were no fluctuations, Xiaohua closed his eyes to comprehend. Day after day, year after year. Years after years passed like flowing water, passing in front of Xiaohua's eyes like fluctuations. In the beginning, Xiaohua would occasionally count the days, but as time passed, he was too lazy to count. In short, one divine ability after another was cultivated, one realm after another was broken through, and secret techniques were also cultivated one after another. Xiaohua's seclusion achievements were harvested one after another. In this long process of cultivation, Xiaohua had other discoveries. The time and the space was actually not exactly the same as the time in the heavenly prison. Just like the folded jadeite forgotten realm, Xiaohua's mind did not enter the space. Although the time and the space was moving according to inertia, it was still slower than the heavenly prison. Moreover, the more Xiaohua's mind did not enter the space, the slower the time was. However, as long as Xiaohua's mind entered the space, the time law and the space would forcibly coincide with the heavenly prison, speeding up the flow. Therefore, in the end, Xiaohua's mind would not rashly enter the space unless it was absolutely necessary. Even so, an earth-shattering change had occurred within the space. The size of the space increased once again. When Xiaohua's spiritual sense reached 60,000 miles, the space expanded to 60 million miles. All the spiritual pets in the space were hatched. The Ice Worm King, Water Pattern Butterfly, Dream Mirage Butterfly, and so on were placed into different seals by Jade Archive Xiaohua. As for Little Silver and the Divine Power Centipede, they had also undergone incredible changes. On the other hand, the rainbow conch that Xiaohua brought out from the Xiantian Grand Array at the bottom of the West Ocean was not affected at all. Within the space, the one who was most helpful to Xiaohua's cultivation was Xiaoguo. Ever since Xiaohua's ancient golden core in the Dragon Island stacked jadeite legacy realm, Xiaoguo had learned an even more profound alchemy technique from this so-called golden core. In particular, from this ancient golden pill, Xiaoguo had comprehended the realm of Dao sect pills. Although Xiaoguo had not reached the spirit-severing stage or the unification stage, it could still help Xiaohua refine suitable pills and help him break through. There was also a lightning tribulation in the heavenly prison. The lightning tribulation in the heavenly prison was different from that in the hidden immortal continent. This lightning tribulation wasn't attracted by Xiaohua's tribulation, but by chance he encountered it in different time zones. The lightning tribulation wasn't a thunderbolt or a flash of lightning, nor was it a dense cloud. Like the chi of heaven and earth, it was also a fluctuation. It was just that this fluctuation was abnormally tyrannical, and the power it contained far surpassed that of the hidden immortal continent. Although the fluctuations of the lightning tribulation were very difficult to see in time zones, Xiaohua could always encounter it a few times in 10,000 years. Therefore, not only was his Dao sect cultivation close to the middle Mahayana stage, even Xiaohua's formless nascent soul and those scattered nascent souls had all transcended 8 lightning tribulations and become rank 8 scattered nascent souls. It was worth mentioning that 5,000 years after Xiaohua fell into the heavenly prison, Buddha Subhuti came out of seclusion. As soon as Subhuti came out of seclusion, there was immediately endless Buddhist essence that seeped into Xiaohua's mind like a sweet rain. This sweet rain made Xiaohua, who was somewhat impetuous, calm down immediately. Although Xiaohua said that he treated the falling heavenly prison as a closed-door cultivation, this closed-door cultivation was different from a real closed-door cultivation. During the 5,000 years, Xiaohua had flown through many time zones, experienced many time fragments, and was disappointed again and again. This made him as confused and dispirited as Sun Jian was back then. This negative emotion directly affected the cultivation of the other primordial spirits. And after Xiaohua shared these Buddhist essences with other primordial spirits, these messy and harmful negative emotions were immediately strangled. The pleasant surprise that Buddha Subhuti brought to Xiaohua was not limited to this. As early as before Subhuti came out of seclusion, he passed on some true essence of Sarira and physical body cultivation. And after Subhuti came out of seclusion, he thoroughly comprehended the foundation of Sarira cultivation, pushing the comprehension of Buddhist divine ability to the peak. The most direct result was that Xiaohua had the possibility of being completely separated from his other primordial spirits, making up for the consequences of Xiaohua's previous rash splitting of his primordial spirit. Moreover, what made Xiaohua pleasantly surprised was that after green-robed Xiaohua obtained this kind of comprehension, he thought of Xianghua's underworld human-bodied snake-tailed deity statue in the space. Xiaohua naturally knew that the deity statue had some secrets that he didn't know, but even if he entered the space with the identity of Jade Archive Xiaohua, he couldn't see any trace of it. However, after green-robed Xiaohua obtained the Buddhist essence, he immediately entered the space. In order to not affect the time inside the space, Xiaohua's mind didn't enter the space. Green-robed Xiaohua came out of the space in just a moment, holding a fist-sized 7-colored crystal in his hand. This crystal was extracted from the chest of the deity statue by green-robed Xiaohua using the Buddhist essences. Xiaohua's divine sense, Buddhist sense, and soul sense couldn't penetrate the crystal. Only Xiaohua's divine sense could. When Xiaohua saw what was inside, he was ecstatic. It was a drop of blood essence. The blood essence exuded a powerful aura, and after Xiaohua easily swallowed the blood essence, the Thousand Demon Realm external avatar technique appeared clearly in Xiaohua's mind. At this time, Xiaohua understood that the deity statue had always had the Thousand Demon Realm avatar technique, but without the foundation of the Thousand Demon Realm avatar technique, it was impossible to perceive the existence of this secret technique. Heartwarming's cultivation technique was only the most basic of the basics. Even after cultivating it, he still wasn't qualified to cultivate an avatar. Even if the 10,000 Demon Realms goddess gave him some cultivation techniques and the Heavenly Abode Rivers technique, it still wasn't enough. On the contrary, Ku Tuchuo's Buddhist secret technique about the flesh and Saraira made up for this gap. This allowed Xiaohua to obtain this secret technique from the deity statue and have the ability to cultivate it. After obtaining the Thousand Demon Realm avatar technique, many of the primordial spirits were overjoyed. While comprehending their own techniques, they also seized the opportunity to comprehend the Thousand Demon Realm avatar technique. Afterward, Buddha Bodhi's cultivation continued step by step. In the heavenly prison, Bodhi couldn't sense the power of faith, so he couldn't use the fluctuations in the heavenly prison. Therefore, he studied the Buddhist scriptures and carefully cultivated the exquisite temple Dharma. He also used the Saraira to cultivate. A long time was enough for Bodhi to thoroughly comprehend the Buddhist techniques, condense the 8 feet golden body, and practice the Buddhist 8 syllables. As for the other Buddhist secret techniques, such as the power of mountains, the power of sound, the power of stars, the power of karma, and so on, there were countless of them. Soul cultivator Xiaohua's cultivation was of the utmost importance. The Thousand Demon Realm avatar technique was the foundation of Xiaohua's escape from the heavenly prison. Therefore, the cultivation of soul magic was the focus of Xiaohua's attention. Soul cultivator Xiaohua was even more blessed than the other primordial spirits. The heavenly prison had many fluctuations of the primitive aura, which he could use many times more than the other primordial spirits. Moreover, the Magus Codex and the mysterious Dark Cloud had a complete record of Green Seal script. With the help of the underworld fruit, soul cultivator Xiaohua reached the solitary sky realm in about 5,000 years, and had mastered 360 Green Seal scripts. Previously, when he entered the Forbidden Spring Ocean, soul cultivator Xiaohua risked his life to see the Green Seal script of the 3 heavens beyond the heavens. Therefore, soul cultivator Xiaohua knew that he still had a long way to go. After he mastered the Green Seal scripts in the Magus Codex, he continued to search for other Green Seal scripts among the inheritances of the 12 deities. The inheritances of the 12 deities were as vast as the sea. Soul cultivator Xiaohua was immersed in them and gained a lot. Of course, the Thousand Demon Realm avatar technique that Xiaohua valued the most, soul cultivator Xiaohua had already succeeded in cultivating it before he comprehended the inheritances of the 12 deities. Dragon Vein Xiaohua's cultivation was also very smooth. He was originally formed from the dragon cleansing liquid in the dragon cleansing pond, so he was very sensitive to fluctuations of energy. Apart from the earliest time when Dragon Vein Xiaohua cultivated with the help of some dragon crystals, he completely relied on the fluctuations of the heavenly prison. What was special was that the complete dragon jade not only contained the heavenly dragon language technique, but also the complete set of cultivation techniques of the Dragon Island. In the end, Dragon Vein Xiaohua's strength was not inferior to Phoenix Body Xiaohua. Of course, Phoenix Body Xiaohua's cultivation was also very successful. The Supreme Saint bloodline in his body was constantly fusing with his monster body. Every time a fluctuation of time passed by his body, Phoenix body Xiaohua would be able to comprehend the profoundness of the primitive catalog. However, the Supreme Saint bloodline was really too profound. It was an inheritance of the monster race for some unknown purpose. 10,000 years of cultivation was not enough for Phoenix body Xiaohua to uncover the veil of the Supreme Saint bloodline. Phoenix body Xiaohua's cultivation had only just begun. Bone-tempering Xiaohua failed to control the white bone deities in front of the Black Ruins Mountain and was instead controlled by the deities' blood bones. After entering the heavenly prison, his arrogant attitude had clearly changed. Later on, when bone-tempering Xiaohua was cultivating, he became even more courageous after knowing shame. He was even more hardworking than other primordial spirits, wanting to lend Xiaohua a helping hand at crucial moments. Chapter 4077. It was a pity that Xiaohua's other cultivation methods were all complete, but he didn't have many cultivation methods for tempering his bones. He didn't even have a complete cultivation method for tempering his bones. His current fire origin was quickly cultivated to the pinnacle by him. His entire white bones had turned into a brilliant golden color. After finishing the bone tempering, Xiaohua practiced other techniques. He cultivated the 5 elements escape technique he obtained from Yazzie auction house to the extreme. As for the most difficult to find wind escape technique, because he didn't have any techniques, Xiaohua could only cultivate it to the intermediate level. Devil spirit Xiaohua wasn't a part of Xiaohua's primordial spirit, but he was controlled by Xiaohua using blood shadow technique. Devil spirit Xiaohua first obtained the blood bones fluctuation in the god devil blood pool. His heavenly cave had already undergone a qualitative transformation. Inside the heavenly prison, there were even more fluctuations. The devil race was similar to the monster race. They relied on devouring blood and devil chi to cultivate. This kind of strange energy wave was much more useful than blood. The devil spirit Xiaohua's growth in this heavenly prison was extremely fast. It was even higher than Xiaohua's Dao sect cultivation by a large margin. Sometimes, when Xiaohua saw devil spirit Xiaohua's cultivation base advance by leaps and bounds, Xiaohua sighed with emotion. However, devil spirit Xiaohua's cultivation base increased the most rapidly. Unexpectedly, it was Confucian cultivator Xiaohua. When he first entered the heavenly prison, Xiaohua felt that there was no noble spirit qi here. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua's cultivation might stagnate. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua also found the noble spirit qi's fluctuation, but this fluctuation was extremely small. However, the true qi in Xiaohua's chest had been cultivated for a long time, and had even reached the 18th layer of the qi refining realm. After the seal was lifted, this true qi transformed into the true qi of a Confucian cultivator, and finally formed the true 5 qis unification. This process was the most tortuous, but also the longest. Therefore, after obtaining the innate true qi kindling, the Confucian cultivator Xiaohua embarked on the correct path of Confucian cultivation. Although he borrowed the fluctuations of the heavenly prison, he didn't just rely on those fluctuations. He used his internal organs to stimulate the 9 cauldrons, cultivated the 5 qis unification, and finally condensed the 3 flowers of his innate true qi on the basis of the 5 qis unification. While Xiaohua's Yuanshan had made great progress, Xiaohua's disciples had also made unimaginable progress. Although Xiaohua's mind avoided entering the space to accelerate the flow of time, thousands of years still passed in the space. For ordinary Dao sect cultivators, these thousands of years were enough for them to cultivate to the void refinement realm. For disciples like Lu Yi, reaching the void refinement realm was even easier. However, since Xiaohua understood the principle of good preparation, he also had all kinds of experience in cultivation. When he asked the green-robed Xiaohua to guide his disciples in their cultivation, he deliberately suppressed their breakthroughs. Even when they were in the aura refining realm, he also made them attempt to break through to the 18th layer of the aura refining realm. When they were pregnant, he also imprinted all the meridians in their bodies into their minds. Of course, not everyone would be able to successfully refine all the meridians in their nascent soul. Everyone's meridians would be different depending on their aptitude. However, just by relying on these nascent soul meridians, how could they be a little bit stronger than other Tao sect cultivators? Moreover, under Xiao Hua's instructions, the green-robed Xiao Hua made them cultivate other orthodoxies' cultivation methods. Lu Yi cultivated Buddhism, Wang Bianfei cultivated Confucianism, Wu Tian cultivated divination, and so on. Therefore, on the surface, Xiao Hua's disciples' cultivation was only at the 6th or 7th grade, but each of them had the strength and standard to establish a sect. The green-robed Xiao Hua was in charge of the Fortune Gate. Although his disciples didn't learn as many things as Lu Yi and the others, there were many disciples whose cultivation was stronger than Lu Yi and the others. This made the green-robed Xiao Hua flaunt in front of Xiao Hua for a long time. As for the Fortune Gate's development, it made the green-robed Xiao Hua smile from ear to ear. Because the world's spiritual energy was abundant in the space, and there were no other sects, the Fortune Gate's original 30,000 disciples cultivated to an extremely high level. Moreover, as the disciples married, the Fortune Gate rapidly expanded, reaching 200,000 disciples in the end. Later, under Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua's suggestion, the Fortune Gate no longer recruited disciples, but chose to impart suitable cultivation methods. Therefore, almost 2 million people in the space cultivated Tao sect, and they were all considered Fortune Gate disciples. Then there were the 2 million people in the space. Where did they come from? The green-robed Xiao Hua didn't know, nor did the Confucian cultivator Xiao Hua. Only Xiao Hua knew in his heart that these were the souls reincarnated from the yin side of the space. In Wuyuan County, Jinghua County, and Fanchong County, Xiao Hua had taken in more than 100,000 people who were killed by the infernal judge's clone, but the number of souls he absorbed with the netherworld origin power was 10 times more. These souls lived and grew on the underworld fruit, and when the yin and yang side of the space intersected, they would be born from the yin side of the space to the yang side of the space. When the yang side of the space reached the end of its lifespan, the souls would be transferred to the yin side of the space and enter the underworld fruit again. This kind of reincarnation of life and death was the most primitive law of heaven and earth. After this law was born, there was a mysterious law power that entered Xue Xue's soul. Of course, although Lu Yi's mother and Fu Jiwen's parents were nourished by the world's spiritual energy, they couldn't escape death. After using the rejuvenation pill, they still fell into the yin side of the space and reincarnated as humans. Xiao Hua couldn't see through all the mysterious changes happening in the space, but the heavenly Tao Xiao Hua and Karma Xiao Hua were watching everything from the inside the space at all times. Thus, they were able to comprehend all kinds of mysteries. All of this might not be of any use to the current Xiao Hua, but it would be of vital importance to Xiao Hua's future cultivation. On this day, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and looked at the darkness around him, and asked, "Green-robed fellow Daoist, how many years have passed?" "Let me tell you, fellow Daoist, what you and I have experienced is probably 20,000 years. Green-robed Xiao Hua replied with a smile, "Nascent soul stage cultivators like us should have passed through the 8th stage. Every 1,000 years, there would be a tribulation, so it would take 8,000 years. Moreover, the lightning tribulation can't be encountered all the time, so it should be 20,000 years. Damn it! 20,000 years ah." Xiao Hua took a deep breath as if he had a toothache. 20,000 years of seclusion, I only reached the Mahayana realm. Speaking of which, the last few realms actually took so much time. Green-robed Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Although it is said that 20,000 years have passed, there is a lot of time without any fluctuations for cultivation. I'm afraid you and I have only cultivated for 10,000 years. Besides, the cultivation method is very clear. Generally speaking, it takes 600 years to cultivate the gold core realm, 1,200 years to cultivate the nascent soul realm, 2,400 years to cultivate the spirit separation realm, 5,600 years to cultivate the void refinement realm, 11,200 years to cultivate the body integration realm, and nearly 10,000 years to cultivate the mid-Mahayana realm. You can calculate it yourself. How many years will it take? Fellow Taoist only used 20,000 years to cultivate to the middle stage of the Mahayana realm. It is already very rare in the world. Don't mention the cultivation method of the Taoist sect. Xiaohua waved his hand with a wry smile. Now, I don't even know if my cultivation method is still in the Mahayana realm. Fellow Taoist Longmai has already completely left my meridians. I don't have any meridians in my body at all. Fellow Taoist Longmai is just relying on the secret technique of the dragon race to temporarily live in I's body. Although you don't have any meridians, your Taoist sect's cultivation method, true essence, and tempering fluctuations can still rely on your body. As long as you have a body, you are still a Taoist sect cultivator. Green-robed Xiaohua replied with certainty. Xiaohua didn't refute and said, "You and I have been debating about this for thousands of years. I have long been tired of it, so let's not talk about it in the future. Up to you." Green-robed Xiaohua shrugged and said, "I also don't have any meridians. Aren't I still a Taoist sect cultivator? What about the time and the space?" Xiaohua changed the topic and asked. Green-robed Xiaohua replied, "It has already been 10,000 years since fellow Taoists last came to the space. The time and the space is still stable, more than half of the time in the heavenly prison. It should be around 6,000 years now. 6,000 years in the space." Xiaohua smiled wryly and said, "Then I'm afraid it will be 5,000 years in the hidden immortal continent. When we go back, things will remain the same, but people will change. I am looking forward to it. I wonder if the soaring Dragon Mountain Range's Fortune Gate or I's Fortune Gate is more powerful." Green-robed Xiaohua said with a hint of showing off. Xiaohua didn't miss the opportunity to remind, green-robed fellow Taoist, don't forget that the heaven and earth origin energy in the space is different from the hidden immortal continent. I don't know if the Fortune Gate's disciples can come out of the space. I have already thought about this. Green-robed Xiaohua replied confidently, although these disciples are gestating their nascent souls in the space, and their nascent souls are condensed from the heaven and earth spirit energy in the space, they still have their physical bodies. With the protection of their physical bodies, they can definitely appear in the hidden immortal continent. Don't forget about fellow Taoist Longmai. Xiaohua smiled and said, "He can't even enter the space at this time. He seems different." Green-robed Xiaohua scratched his head, "I seem to have forgotten something. Fellow Taoist Longmai can definitely enter the space. What about that black box? Did you find anything?" Xiaohua thought of something again. "No. That box is normally very tight. Other than not being able to open it, there is nothing unusual. Forget it, let's wait for the opportunity." Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the dazzling light in the distance. It was like the aurora he saw in the dawn rain continent. He said, "How can the things in the heavenly prison be ordinary?" "That's right, let's wait for the opportunity." Green-robed Xiaohua agreed, "I don't know how many time fragments we have flown past in the past 20,000 years, but we have never found the divine sense mark of the Western Paradise. Now that we are getting further and further away from the Black Ruins Mountain, the hope is getting more and more uncertain. Who knows where the opportunity is?" Green-robed fellow Taoist. Xiaohua looked at the time halo in the distance and didn't care about it. He asked again, "Say, if I cultivate in the heavenly prison and pass the tribulation, will I ascend to the immortal world?" Chapter 4078. That won't happen. Green Rogue Xiaohua replied resolutely and decisively, if you were in the hidden immortal continent or the daybreak continent, even if you were sealed by a powerful enemy, as long as you cultivate to the crossing tribulation stage, all the seals and formations in the world would be destroyed by the laws of heaven and earth, and you would be able to escape. However, this is the heavenly prison, filled with the laws of time. The so-called lightning tribulation is nothing but a wisp of fluctuation inside. The power of the laws of the immortal world is absolutely unable to surpass the laws of time. You absolutely cannot use the power of the heavenly tribulation to escape from the heavenly prison. Speaking up to here, the layers of halos had already approached, and a strange aura and a noisy feeling assaulted his senses. Facing disappointment after disappointment, facing this unfamiliar aura, Xiaohua casually urged his soul technique and mixed his soul sense with his divine sense. However, after a moment, he was disappointed again. Previously, in Xiaohua's imagination, he used his divine sense to explore the divine sense mark he left on the Great Snow Mountain, but when he actually used it, he discovered a huge flaw. After all, no matter how powerful his divine sense was, it couldn't exceed the distance of the transmission channel. If he could really use his divine sense to perceive the Great Snow Mountain in Elysium, why would he use the transmission channel? He could directly teleport there. And when Xiaohua successfully practiced the going south, north technique, Xiaohua understood that soul techniques already had a way to sense the divine sense mark with his soul sense. Using the power of the soul to sense it was many times more brilliant than using divine sense to explore. Therefore, when Xiaohua later detected the divine sense mark, he used his divine sense and soul sense to urge his soul technique to complete it. However, even with such a wonderful soul technique, in this vast and boundless heavenly prison, in the cracks of the few fragments of time, he didn't sense any trace of divine sense. Sometimes, Xiaohua began to doubt whether his soul technique was useful in this heavenly prison, or whether he had drifted too far away in these 20,000 years, and his soul technique couldn't sense the divine sense mark of the Great Snow Mountain. After being disappointed, Xiaohua looked at the traces of time passing through his body without setting off any ripples, and once again raised a question: what's going on with this Xiao's half-god body and the great god's aura in my body? Could it be that this Xiao had other opportunities? Also, I didn't use my divine sense to explore the first-time fragments. Could it be that I have already missed the way back when I entered the heavenly prison? Withdrawing the soul technique, Xiaohua withdrew his soul consciousness and divine sense from the time fragment. His divine sense had already been cut by 10% by the time fragment, but his soul consciousness didn't suffer too much damage under the protection of his divine sense. Just as Xiaohua was about to withdraw his soul consciousness and nourish it, a strange aura came from the oval time fragment between the three rings of light not far away. Xiaohua was a little lazy, allowing his body to slowly float by. He didn't release his divine sense or soul sense. However, when he was halfway through, Xiaohua couldn't help but use his soul technique, releasing his divine sense and soul sense into this time fragment. Just as Xiaohua's figure was about to float away, Xiaohua's body suddenly shook violently. His face was filled with incomparable ecstasy, and he almost shouted, "Fellow Taoist Confucian cultivator, quickly activate the going south way north technique." Ah? Good. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua was surprised at first, then suddenly realized. Pooh! With a muffled sound, it was no longer soul strands gushing out from between Xiaohua's eyebrows. Instead, it was a fountain of green seal characters that directly spurted out. Then, hundreds of soul strands almost instantly touched these 300 or so basic green seal characters. Wang wang. Another rumbling sound. After all the green seal characters were lit up by Xiaohua's soul strands, these green seal characters suddenly flew crazily and combined together. In just a moment, a flickering strange fluctuation, a green seal character the size of a fist appeared in the darkness. After that green seal character appeared, it didn't stop rotating at all. With a honk sound, it began to rotate. Strands of black and white light flashed out from this green seal character. Under the black and white light, the tadpole-like green seal character began to roll, swell, and swim towards the depths of the time fragment. Then, an extremely distorted and incomplete transportation channel appeared in front of Xiaohua. Because this transportation channel wasn't complete, it was filled with the power of space-tearing. Moreover, the scattered fluctuations in the time fragment constantly attacked the channel. As if countless large hands were vigorously rubbing this channel, the distortion would change from time to time. Looking at this incomplete transportation channel, Xiaohua's mouth revealed a smile. After all, this was a plan that he had been brewing countless times for more than 10,000 years. The formation of this transportation channel was more than 10 times faster than before. Although the channel wasn't complete and was abnormally distorted, Xiaohua understood that everything in the time fragment was distorted by the power of time. Although it looked incomplete, it might not be incomplete on the inside. Therefore, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately took out the Grand Cosmos shifting token. The green light between his eyebrows shone brightly, enveloping his entire body. Then, within the light, tens of millions of soul strands fell onto the transportation channel. Buzz! Another thunderous rumble sounded. A layer of human-shaped fluctuations appeared around Xiaohua's body. This fluctuation produced a strong adhesive force that prevented Xiaohua from flying. Although Xiaohua was now at the Grand Ascension stage, it was beyond his ability to resist the power of time. In the face of this situation, Xiaohua, who had been comprehending the laws of time for more than 10,000 years, didn't panic. He knew that this was because he wanted to leave the time region. The time region produced a natural attractive force. Xiaohua's body moved slightly, and he rubbed his hands. Although it was a lightning technique, there was no lightning or thunderbolt. Only some strange fluctuations appeared from his hands. Moreover, these fluctuations didn't spread in all directions, but rushed in one direction according to Xiaohua's hand gesture. When the ripples fell within the ripples of the time zone, Xiaohua's figure spun around, and the adhesive force toward the teleportation channel greatly increased. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the dark green light around Xiaohua's body flashed, and his figure was actually pulled toward the teleportation channel by the adhesive force of the time zone. Ha! Seeing his body fall into the transportation channel as he wished, Xiaohua laughed loudly. Although he often used the principle of borrowing force to exert force with his fists and feet, he couldn't help but feel proud that he could use such a simple technique to bully the powerful power of time. Now that Xiaohua had entered the tunnel with the greater universe shifting rift, the tunnel, which had been collapsing, immediately stabilized. It was true that the Soul Cultivator's teleportation tunnel couldn't block out the endless ripples of time within the fragment of time, but the entire tunnel had been established. Countless green seal characters surged like tadpoles, and strange shapes and strange lights emerged from the black and white runes. Xiaohua's body streaked across the murderous ripples as he flew deeper and deeper into the tunnel. Xiaohua didn't have time to carefully investigate the situation of the transportation channel. He urged the Soul Scholar to connect the transportation channel with the vague divine sense mark in the time fragment. The divine sense mark was like a small lamp in a stormy sea, and wasn't particularly obvious. Xiaohua even felt that this divine sense mark was somewhat unfamiliar and extremely weak. However, this divine sense mark was exactly the same as his own soul, so Xiaohua couldn't doubt it. Maybe it's because this Xiao floated in the heavenly prison for too long, and is too far away from the snowy mountain in the western paradise. Xiaohua slightly closed his eyes and urged the soul technique to think, this divine sense mark is distorted in this time fragment, so this Xiaohua has this kind of feeling. However, this time fragment is too frightening. Almost every inch of the area has different time fluctuations. Apart from this Xiaohua who has the body of a half-god and can survive in this time fragment, any other cultivator in the hidden immortal continent. I'm afraid they can't survive here for even half a moment, right? The time fragment, as the name implied, was the shattering of time. Just as Xiaohua perceived, every inch of the time law was different. The entire area was like fireflies rippling on the surface of water. Not only was the transportation channel shattered, even Xiaohua's own body was also shattered. A body bearing thousands of different time fragments, no immortal or mortal could survive. This was also the reason why no cultivator could escape from the heavenly prison. Xiaohua admittedly had a way to escape, but he also had a body soaked in primal chaos energy, so he could escape from the heavenly prison with the help of this unimaginable time fragment. Of course, if he could comprehend the time law in the heavenly prison, he could even more comprehend it in this time fragment. Xiaohua relied on the soul cultivator Xiaohua to urge the soul technique, and he took the time to comprehend the time law between the fragments. He clearly knew that this kind of opportunity would only come once in a lifetime. Of course, while Xiaohua was comprehending the time law, his heart was also hanging. After all, the divine sense mark of the snowy mountain was really too weak, and the transportation channel was only supported by this divine sense mark. Sometimes, when the divine sense mark was weak, Xiaohua's soul technique almost couldn't sense it, and he could only rely on a trace of his soul to maintain the transportation channel. Behind Xiaohua, the transportation channel had already collapsed, and Xiaohua had no way back. And this time fragment was different from the time region in the heavenly prison. If Xiaohua was trapped in this time fragment, he probably wouldn't even be able to cultivate. Just when Xiaohua was worried, wang wang. The transportation channel around Xiaohua suddenly issued a rumbling sound. The originally distorted black and white brilliance suddenly stopped, and at the same time, it emitted a brilliant brilliance. The surging green seal characters also seemed to have calmed down, and started to move around the channel in an orderly manner. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands in joy, because the time fragment surrounding him suddenly disappeared, and his comprehension also came to an abrupt end. At this time, how could he not know that he had already left the time fragment? Chapter 4079. Unfortunately, without waiting for his two palms to hit each other, boom. The entire transmission channel once again issued a huge explosion sound. Ouch, not good. The soul cultivator Xiaohua, who was doing his best to urge his soul technique, cried out in alarm, "Our divine sense mark has disappeared. I can't sense it at all. How is this possible? Didn't we already escape from the heavenly prison?" Xiaohua, who had just experienced extreme misfortune, instantly felt his heart turn cold. Just now, inside the time fragment, although the divine sense mark was weak, he could still find it. Why was it that after leaving the time fragment and reaching a safe place, the divine sense mark actually disappeared? Unfortunately, at this time, Xiaohua didn't have time to think about it. The transmission channel that was originally set up in front of him collapsed with a rumbling sound. Within the black and white brilliance, the malevolent fangs of the power of space were revealed. Seeing this, Xiaohua suddenly had a familiar feeling. An unimaginable thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that I also experienced the collapse of a transmission channel before? Of course, the current Xiaohua was no longer an ignorant person. His whole body flashed with a dark green brilliance, and countless soul threads were released, supporting the transmission channel several hundred zhang in front of him. Then, he rubbed his hands together, and a thick crystal light fell in the surrounding air. In an instant, a huge ball of lightning formed a huge sphere to protect the transmission channel. Kacha kacha. Outside the lightning, the sound of explosions could be heard all the time. Beads of sweat gradually appeared on Xiaohua's forehead. After all, contending against the power of heaven and earth with one person's strength was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand. Under Xiaohua's protection, the transmission channel still moved somewhat disorderly in the void. Xiaohua was already powerless to control its direction. Moreover, Xiaohua also didn't know where the Elysium was. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out after half a cup of tea's time. The space within a radius of several hundred miles shook violently. Amidst the tremors, Xiaohua flew out with lightning. At this moment, the void was torn apart and shattered. Rays of light and shadow flashed in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua seemed to see a huge starry sky. He saw an azure star that looked like a broken sphere. On one side of this azure star, there was a thick blood mist shrouding it. Woo! A strange wave came from afar. Before Xiaohua could react, the green light around his body naturally followed the wave and extended out soul strands. That lightning even shattered the void. Xiaohua's figure was actually pulled into the strange wave. Then, a huge teleportation force came from all directions and landed on Xiaohua's body. This is a teleportation array. Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before he suddenly came to a realization. Even though this Xiao's teleportation channel exploded, but it just so happened that someone activated the teleportation channel and passed by this place. This Xiao's body still has the ripples of the teleportation channel, and this ripple was attracted by the ripples of the teleportation channel, and sent this Xiao into this teleportation channel. Damn it! This Xiao's luck is really unparalleled in the world. I can finally return to Hidden Immortal Continent. The pressure inside the teleportation channel was extremely great. Xiaohua's entire body flickered with lightning. Moreover, because of Xiaohua's sudden addition, the entire teleportation channel gave birth to a strong repulsive force. The teleportation channel was also somewhat distorted. However, this kind of mutation was as easy as flipping his hand for Xiaohua, who was proficient in the art of going in the opposite direction. A few green seal characters fell into the teleportation channel between Xiaohua's eyebrows, and the entire teleportation channel immediately stabilized. After no less than half a cup of tea's time, the pressure on the teleportation channel began to gradually lessen. This must be the ancient teleportation channel left behind by the Elysium world. Xiaohua knew that the teleportation channel was about to end. He couldn't help but become somewhat pensive. No matter if it's Daybreak Continent or Hidden Immortal Continent, there doesn't seem to be such a long-distance teleportation channel. Swoosh! Seemingly a white light flashed. Xiaohua's figure suddenly sank. His feet landed on the ground, and he sensed that kind of solidity coming from the ground. Xiaohua's tears almost flowed out from his eyes. He had been wandering in the heavenly prison for 20,000 years. When did he have this kind of solid feeling? Moreover, when Xiaohua breathed through his mouth and nose, the heaven and earth origin energy that was close to that of a blessed land's heavenly passage swarmed in, making Xiaohua unable to adapt. Senior brother, quickly save me. Without waiting for the dizziness in Xiaohua's mind to disappear, a woman's delicate voice sounded in Xiaohua's ear. Xiaohua slightly shook his head. His head was still dizzy. The effect of the teleportation channel had not been eliminated. Although it was not to the extent where the sky and earth were spinning, he was still unable to think normally. Xiaohua could clearly see that in front of him was actually not a teleportation channel, but an enormous mountain range. The mountain range was filled with huge rocks of different sizes. The left side of the huge rocks was filled with bloodstains. In the bloodstains, some magic weapons and bones were discarded. The magic weapons had all lost their brilliance. The bones did not have any flesh. In the sky above the bloodstains, a petite woman wearing an emerald green dress was holding a whip in her hand, blocking left and right. The clothes on the woman's body seemed to be a protective magic weapon, emitting a dark green brilliance. This brilliance was like a cold flower that protected her entire body. Around her, several monsters covered in pitch-black scales flapped their wings that were tens of zhang in size, tightly surrounding her. However, in this encirclement, there was only one monster with a similar figure to this woman, but it was also covered in scales. It was spitting out pitch-black flames from its mouth as it fought with this woman. The woman's body also had some scars that dyed her emerald green dress red. As the woman waved her whip, it was like a raging wave of whip shadows pouncing out. Those layers of heaven and earth origin energy turned into wind blades that crazily chopped towards the monster in front of her. However, these whip shadows were reduced to ashes in the flames. When the wind blades landed on the monster's scales, they only produced sparks. They were unable to cause too much damage to the monster. When the woman saw Xiaohua, her eyes were filled with ecstasy as she hurriedly shouted. When this woman's voice came out, it naturally attracted the attention of many monsters. They all turned their heads to look at Xiaohua. Senior brother. Xiaohua was shocked. He hurriedly looked down at his arm and asked curiously, Miss. When did I become your senior brother? Brother. At this moment, from under Xiaohua's feet, a low voice sounded, this uninvited brother, I am her senior brother. Xiaohua looked down and then hurriedly jumped to the side. He bowed and said, Sorry, it was all my carelessness. I apologize to you, brother. The place where Xiaohua was previously standing was a middle-aged man wearing a Daoist robe. Xiaohua had stepped on him between the huge rocks. At this moment, the man's bruised and swollen face poked out from the crack in the rock with difficulty. He raised his similarly bloody arm and pointed his index finger at his nose that had a corner cut off. Roar! Without waiting for the man to speak, the several monsters surrounding the woman roared. As if they had a tacit understanding, they spread their wings and surrounded Xiaohua and the man in the middle. Huff! At the same time, several black flames mixed with black smoke rushed towards Xiaohua. Brother, be careful. The man said. A red brilliance sprayed out from his mouth. A small sword flashed with flames and stabbed towards one of the monsters. When did the hidden immortal continent have Daoist cultivators? Xiaohua was slightly surprised, but he laughed and said, Hee, no need to worry. It's just a few monsters. Watch this Xiao's method. As he spoke, Xiaohua waved his hands. Rumble. Huge thunderous sounds came from his hands. Several bolts of lightning that were even more arrogant than a huge sword appeared and landed on the bodies of several monsters. Clang! The man's flying sword landed on the monster's body first. Sparks splashed out from the monster's scales. Soon after, the flying sword ruthlessly pierced into the monster's body. Xiaohua's thunderbolt came down with a loud bang. Roar! Several monsters only let out half a scream before they were turned into powder under the thunderbolt. Ah! The man who was about to fly out from the crack in the rock was dumbstruck. The woman who had been paying attention to this place was also stunned. It was also at this moment that the monster spread its wings. The tail with sharp thorns pierced through the dark green brilliance and landed in front of the woman's soft breasts. Ah! The woman woke up, but everything was too late. The pitch-black tail dripping with pus was already less than 3 inches away from her heart. The woman's beautiful face turned pale. But in the blink of an eye, she felt a sudden warmth at her waist. Then, her body strangely retreated. She watched as the tail of the monster suddenly moved away. Then, there was another bright flash of lightning. The monster was reduced to ashes in the flash of lightning. Everything seemed like an indescribable dream. However, at this moment, a breath that was like sunlight filled the tip of her nose, causing her heart to abruptly jump, and her pretty face abruptly heated up. "Miss." Xiaohua's gentle voice sounded, "Are you okay?" The woman woke up and hurriedly struggled from Xiaohua's embrace. She bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior, for saving me. Junior is fine." "Hee, that's good." Xiaohua pinched his chin. He looked to the left and said with a smile, "Is this hidden immortal continent or pure land? Which sect are you disciples of? This Xiao hasn't returned to the 3 continents for a long time. It's really unfamiliar. Hidden immortal continent. Pure land. 3 continents." The woman pursed her lips and smiled. She replied, "Seems like Senior's transfer array is also wrong. This is not the 3 continents Senior wants to go to. This is the ruins. Junior's name is Yuming Xayan, a disciple of fragrant religion." Boom. Yuming Xayan's words hit Xiaohua like a thunderbolt. He looked around in disbelief and released his divine sense. Woo! A huge wind whistled around Yuming Xayan. Yuming Xayan looked at Xiaohua in surprise. An indescribable pressure slowly spread out from Xiaohua's body. At the same time, Yuming Xayan did his best to resist this pressure. At the same time, Yuming Xayan's reverence for Xiaohua increased. The man in the distance had just jumped out from the crack in the rock. Before he could fly over, he was also shocked by Xiaohua's divine sense hurricane and pressure. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He stood there respectfully and quietly waited. Chapter 4080. After half a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua retracted his divine sense. A strange expression appeared on his face as he looked at Yumingxin and said with a smile, "Since this is not the 3 continents, why are your words?" However, Xiaohua only spoke half a sentence before he was stunned. When he saw Yumingxin and heard what he said, he was ecstatic. Moreover, his head was dizzy, so he didn't care and casually answered. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that the words spoken by Yumingxin and that middle-aged man were not the language of the hidden immortal continent or the Western Paradise. They were also not the language of the Dawn Rain continent. However, these words seemed to be engraved in Xiaohua's heart. Xiaohua couldn't help but say it out loud. "What's wrong with Junior's words?" Yumingxin blinked his bright eyes and looked at Xiaohua strangely. The way he tilted his head was very cute. "Where is this place?" Xiaohua panicked. "Have you heard of Lu Town? Have you heard of Western Paradise, Hidden Immortal Continent, Dawn Rain Continent or Thousand Demons Sacred Realm?" "Senior, what you said is very strange. I don't think there's such a name in my cultivation world." Yumingxin thought for a while and shook his head. "The place Junior is at is called the Ruins. It's a remote corner of the cultivation world. Or perhaps the place Senior wants to go is somewhere else. However, if Senior wants to leave the ruins, it's a bit troublesome now." That man respectfully flew over and bowed. "Junior Yu Changming of the incense cult greets Senior." N.I. "Xiaohua, you can call me Daoist Xiao." Xiaohua said to Yumingxin and Yu Changming absent-mindedly, "Why can't I leave the ruins?" "Yes, Daoist Xiao." Yumingxin's eyes lit up as he explained, "Daoist Xiao, you should know that the ruins is a small corner of the cultivation world. It doesn't have many transfer arrays to other places in the cultivation world. Usually, it's very peaceful. However, hundreds of years ago, for some unknown reason, there was a problem with the transportation formation that led to the outside world. Not only could it not be transported out, but people from the devil world also suddenly appeared in the ruins. Now, the ruins are surrounded by the devil dwellers. The 3 major sects and hundreds of small sects in the ruins are trying their best to defend against the devil dwellers. Although the immortal's dermic powers are great, it won't be easy for you to leave immediately. The reason why Daoist Master Xiao was able to come here with me was because of the deviation in the transmission array around the ruins. Yu Changming hurriedly explained. Cultivation World, Ruins. Xiao Hua pinched his chin as he thought to himself, since this place isn't one of the 3 continents, nor is it the Daybreak continent, then there must be a problem with this Xiao's transportation channel, causing it to deviate in direction and be transported here. Maybe it's because I've been drifting in the heavenly prison for too long. Even though I've only been in the world's edge for 20,000 years, maybe I've been in the hidden immortal continent for 1,000,000 years. Everything has changed. Of course, even if millions of years pass and people and things change, the 3 continents won't change, right? Could it be that even the 3 continents have changed? If that's the case, then I can only say that I've been transported to the wrong place. But the divine sense mark that I sensed in the heavenly prison was the divine sense mark on the Great Snow Mountain. It was personally marked by me. How did I get transported here? Daoist Master Xiao. Seeing Xiao Hua's strange expression, Yuming Axian probed, there's an ancient saying that goes with the flow. Since Daoist Master Xiao is already here, why don't you wait and see? Perhaps it won't be long before the transmission array in the ruins is repaired. At that time, it won't be too late for Daoist Master to leave. That's right, that's right. Yu Changming also agreed, Daoist Master Zhao's methods are exceedingly high. Now that my ruins is being attacked by the devil dwellers, if Daoist Master can lend a hand, my Chuanxiang School, Misty School, and Shindao sect will definitely be endlessly grateful. Misty School. Xiao Hua stared blankly and asked curiously, there's a Misty School in the ruins. That's right. Yuming Axian felt a bit strange and hurriedly replied, not only is there a Misty School in the ruins, there's also a Shindao sect. That Shindao sect is a branch of the famous Tai Bai sect in the cultivation world. Tai Bai sect. Xiao Hua slightly shook his head, never heard of it. But I've heard of Misty School. Hee, Daoist Master must be joking. Yuming Axian pursed her lips and smiled, revealing 2 small dimples and said, Misty School is a sect in the ruins. Even though it's one of the 3 major sects in the ruins, how can it be compared to Tai Bai sect? Shindao sect is only a branch of Tai Bai sect, but it can be compared to Misty School. No matter how famous Tai Bai sect is, what does it have to do with me? Xiao Hua smiled, I've never heard of it, so I've never heard of it. Xiao Hua's words caused Yuming Axian and Yu Changming to stare blankly. After all, even though Xiao Hua's words revealed a kind of arrogance, but, in reality, he was belittling Tai Bai sect. Perhaps brainless people would see Xiao Hua in a new light, but Yuming Axian and Yu Changming both knew of Tai Bai sect's power, so they could only have doubts in their hearts. The 2 exchanged glances and Yuming Axian asked probingly, Daoist Master Xiao, you've really never heard of Tai Bai sect? Indeed, Xiao Hua nodded and asked curiously, could it be that Tai Bai sect is especially famous? Yuming Axian smiled bitterly and asked again, then, where did Daoist Master Xiao come from? 3 continents. Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the 2's reaction and replied, you 2 probably haven't heard of it. Indeed. Yuming Axian nodded, Junior has indeed never heard of the name of this outside world. Of course, if Senior came from outside the cultivation world, it's normal that you haven't heard of Tai Bai sect. However, Tai Bai sect and Kunlun sect are the 2 biggest cultivation sects in our cultivation world. Not only do they occupy a star field by themselves, they also spread their power to many star fields. If Senior wants to return to the 3 continents, I'm afraid you'll have to form a good relationship with either Tai Bai sect or Kunlun sect. Kunlun sect. Xiao Hua was startled. He couldn't help but recall that when he was in the Dawn Rain continent, someone once warned him that although the Dawn Rain continent's Kunlun sect wasn't particularly powerful, it was one of the most profound cultivation sects in the Dawn Rain continent. However, thinking about what Yuming Axayan said and the surrounding situation, Xiaohua also knew that this Kunlun sect was definitely not the same Kunlun sect. After thinking for a while, Xiaohua asked again, outside world. Apart from the cultivation world, what other world do you know? This. Yuming Axayan hesitated for a moment and said with a smile, Junior's cultivation is shallow and the sect has strict orders. Without reaching the void refinement stage, Junior can't get involved in these outside world matters. Junior has only heard some rumors, it can't be considered true. Yu Changming smiled and said, if Daoist Xiao wants to know more, then please follow me back to the Fragrant Sect's mountain gate. Junior will ask the sect senior to clear up your doubts. That's right. Yuming Axayan also echoed, Senior's matter of returning to the 3 continents, I'm afraid only the sect senior can help. Senior, why don't you follow me back to the mountain gate? Is the Misty School's mountain gate the same as your Fragrant Sect's mountain gate? Xiaohua didn't directly answer, but asked back. Yu Changming didn't dare to hide, he shook his head and said, my Fragrant Sect's mountain gate is in the 7 mountain range, the Misty School is in Ping River, the distance is very far. Yuming Axayan hurriedly said, Senior, if you want to go to the Misty School, Junior can lead the way for you. Xiaohua really wanted to go to the Misty School to see if the Misty School was the Misty School in his memory. However, when he heard the names of the 7 mountain range and Ping River, he didn't have any reaction in his mind. Naturally, he also knew that this Misty School might not be the Misty School he was looking for. Moreover, the devil race was currently besieging the ruins. If he rashly went to the Misty School, it might cause some misunderstandings. Therefore, he thought for a moment and said with a smile, now that the devil race is rampant, you might encounter some danger on the way back to the sect. This Xiao will send you back to the 7 mountain range first. Yuming Axayan smiled sweetly and bowed, thank you, Senior. However, in the next moment, her face became sad again. She looked around and said, if only Senior had come earlier. Hearing this, Yu Changming also felt sad. He raised his hand and said, Senior, please wait for a moment. Junior and Junior will clean up these corpses. There is a transmission array of my fragrant religion in the tribute wasteland. Junior will bring Senior there in a moment. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and looked around. He said, you can clean it up. The dead should be respected. They are disciples of the fragrant religion. They also died in battle to protect the ruins. Their corpses should be brought back. Senior should know. Yuming Axayan explained in a low voice, they are not disciples of the fragrant religion. They are just disciples of other sects who were in the same group as Junior. And then we should bring their corpses back and send them to their sect. Let their souls rest in peace. Xiaohua sighed. At this moment, Buddha Bodhi in the Naiwan Palace suddenly said, Tan Yu, there is something strange here, oh? Xiaohua was surprised. He waved his hand at Yuming Axayan and Yu Changming, hinting them to clean up the corpses. His figure flashed and he turned into a rainbow and flew into the sky. He then asked, Little monk, what did you find? Tan Yu. Buddha Bodhi said, this poor monk found a lot of souls nearby. They seem to be the souls of the cultivators who just died. There are even some who died before. In an ordinary place, souls would immediately enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, these souls seem to be imprisoned here and can't leave. Therefore, a lot of wandering souls have gathered. Hiss. Xiaohua sucked in a breath of cold air. He slapped his forehead and opened his delirium eyes. Sure enough, on the ground and in the air nearby, there were a few fine green patterns drifting about. They were ownerless wandering souls. These wandering souls were either complete or incomplete. There were more than what Buddha Bodhi said. What is going on? These souls can't return to the 9 underworlds. Xiaohua was a bit confused. He looked at Yuming Xian and Yu Changming, who were focused on cleaning up the corpses. He knew that the two of them knew very little. Even if he asked, they might not know. Chapter 4081. These wandering souls need to be dealt with immediately. Buddha Bodhi said, either this poor monk reincarnates them, or Tanyu takes them into the space. Let this Xiao do it. Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, since these wandering souls can't return to the 9 underworlds, even if you use the Buddhist mantra, it might not be effective. The population of our space has reached the limit, we need these wandering souls to replenish it. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Buddha Bodhi chanted and said, let's do as Tanyu says. Woo! Xiaohua released his mind and activated the spiritual energy of the underworld. Winds and clouds surged within 10,000 miles, and the wandering souls were all taken into the space by Xiaohua. Yu Mingxin. Xiaohua transmitted, wait here for this old man for a moment. Senior. Yu Mingxin looked up in surprise. Seeing Xiaohua waving his hand, she hurriedly transmitted, there are a lot of tribute wastelands. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, Xiaohua's figure moved slightly, and he'd already vanished from where he stood. Seeing Xiaohua teleport away, Yu Mingxin's heart felt empty for no reason. However, she shook her head slightly and carefully cleaned up the corpses on the ground. In fact, under normal circumstances, the cultivators of the ruins would use their magic power to store the corpses of the devil cultivator into their summer ring. However, after hearing Xiaohua's solemn words, Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming did not dare to be negligent and personally clean them up. After the two finished cleaning up, they looked up at the sky and released their divine sense. Unfortunately, there was no trace of Xiaohua within 100 kilometers. Yu Changming asked worriedly, Junior sister, do you think Senior Xiao has left? Yu Mingxin smiled and replied, although this is the first time I saw Senior Xiao, from his words and actions, I feel that he is a trustworthy person. He won't leave without saying goodbye. In fact, the most important thing is that Senior Xiao's spiritual power is unfathomable. If he wants to leave, we can't stop him. Since he promised to go with us to the 7 Ridge Mountains, he will definitely go. Of course I understand. Yu Changming said with a wry smile, however, there is nothing special around the tribute wastelands. Why would he go elsewhere? I don't know. Yu Mingxin shrunk his neck slightly, looked at the gradually setting sun, and said, Senior Xiao wants us to wait, then let's wait. The two of them waited for several hours. Seeing that the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, Xiaohua appeared in front of them. Senior. Seeing Xiaohua's figure appear from the void, Yu Mingxin called out with a smile, Senior. Yu Changming hastily followed Yu Mingxian and bowed, Senior is back. Xiaohua agreed. He raised his head and looked at the unfamiliar star chart in the night sky. Earlier, when the stars were shining, Xiaohua had already observed it. The star chart here was different from the Morning Rain continent and the Hidden Immortal continent. This ruins was definitely not the Hidden Immortal continent. The time fragment that he was worried about didn't bring him to the Hidden Immortal continent that was very, very far in the future. Where did Senior go? Yu Mingxin's bright eyes moved, and said with some concern, devil dwellers occasionally appear around the tribute wastelands. Xiaohua laughed, raised his hand and took out 2 devil dwellers from the space, and said, previously, this old man thought that they were monsters, but after hearing you say that they were devil dwellers, this old man felt very strange. Because these devil dwellers were different from what this old man saw, this old man went to capture a few to see. Senior Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming were stunned. There were countless experts in the ruins, and there were also many capable people who could kill devil dwellers. However, to capture devil dwellers as easily as Xiaohua, there weren't many. At least, the two of them had never seen such a thing. I'll give them to you. Xiaohua waved his hand, and the two devil dwellers fell in front of the two of them. Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming understood Xiaohua's intention, and were even more ecstatic. They both stretched out their hand and activated a ring on their finger, collecting the devil dwellers, and then bowed and said, "Many thanks, Senior Xiao." "You're welcome." Xiaohua looked at the rings on the two's hand, and said with a smile, "Is this a universe ring?" "Oh, this is a summer ring." Yu Mingxin knew that Xiaohua wasn't a cultivator of the cultivation world, and didn't know that the ring on her hand was a summer ring, so she hurriedly explained. Moreover, she was very lucky and took out a slightly exquisite summer ring from her bosom, and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, "Senior, this is Junior's Tongxi ring. The space inside is much larger than the Star Lake ring on Junior's hand. If Senior doesn't mind, please kindly accept it." "This." Xiaohua smiled. His space was now several million miles away, and he didn't know how much larger it was than a summer ring. How could he use a summer ring? He waved his hand and said, "No need, this old man has his own universe ring and other things, I don't need this summer ring." Yu Mingxin didn't take back the summer ring, and still insisted, "Senior saved Junior's life, this Junior has nothing to repay. Just take this Tongxi ring as Junior's thanks." "Ah, good." Xiaohua saw Yu Mingxin's insistence, and raised his hand to take the summer ring into his bosom. He waved his hand and took out 10 dragon crystals, saying, "This old man doesn't have anything particularly precious, these are dragon crystals. I don't know if the ruins have them, but I'll give them to you as a plaything." The dragon crystal was very strange. In the stacked jade Forgotten Realm, it was a crystal, but in this place, it was shining brightly. Moreover, there was a crystal-clear dragon shape that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws in the light. What was special was that it was night, so the light was even more obvious. Dragon crystals. Seeing the 10 dragon crystals were like 10 little dragons dancing in the air, Yu Mingxin's eyes immediately lit up. She covered her mouth with her hand in surprise, and said in surprise, This is the legendary dragon crystals of the dragon world. It's really too beautiful." Not to mention Yu Mingxin was surprised, even Yu Changming's eyes were filled with envy. Xiaohua's heart moved, and he asked Yu Changming with a smile, "Is the dragon world near the cultivation world?" "I'll let Senior Xiao know." Yu Changming retracted his gaze and respectfully replied, "The dragon world is very far from the cultivation world, and it is said that the barrier between the dragon world and the other worlds is very strange. Besides the dragon race, other races can enter at will. Therefore, the dragon crystals rarely flow out." Xiaohua frowned, and said, "This old man knows of a dragon realm, but I don't know if this dragon world is the dragon realm." "This." Yu Changming shook his head awkwardly, "This junior doesn't know, this junior has never heard of the dragon realm." He, Daoist Xiao. Yu Mingxin came back to her senses, and put the 10 dragon crystals into her summer ring, and said with a smile, "This junior seems to have heard of the dragon realm." "Oh. Is that so?" Xiaohua was overjoyed, and asked, "Tell me about it." "This junior." Yu Mingxin looked at Yu Changming, and said with some embarrassment, "More than 10 years ago, when I was on duty at the Bright Palace, I occasionally heard the sect master and the other seniors talk about a few words, and there seemed to be a dragon realm inside. Of course, this junior didn't hear it clearly, maybe the dragon realm and the dragon realm that senior is talking about are not the same. That dragon realm should be one of the lower realms of the dragon world. Of course, what the other lower realms are, this junior doesn't know. See? Xiaohua couldn't help but be shocked. In the eyes of the Dragon Island, the Dragon Realm is the upper realm, and in the eyes of the Dragon World, the Dragon Realm is the lower realm. What's more, this Cultivation World is on the same level as the Dragon World. Then, what realm is this Cultivation World? Xiaohua was completely confused. Senior. Yu Mingxin said in a low voice, this is something that this junior occasionally heard, it can't be taken seriously. Moreover, there are countless worlds outside the Cultivation World, it's not strange to have one or two people with the same name. Xiaohua took a deep breath and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's go back to the Seven Ridge Mountains first. Yes, Senior. Yu Changming said respectfully, Senior, please follow this junior. Oh, these 2 dragon crystals are also for you. Xiaohua nodded, and handed the 2 dragon crystals to Yu Changming. Many thanks, Senior. Yu Changming hastily received the dragon crystals, and happily said, then led Xiaohua to the transmission array. The transmission array of Fragrance Religion was located on top of a mountain peak, and it was only a few dozen li away from here. Xiaohua had already discovered it when he released his divine sense. Before flying to the mountain peak, Xiaohua had already learned from Yu Mingxin that the devil race had really set up a trap here. They had killed a group of 10 people, and only Yu Mingxin was left alive, so that the disciples of Fragrance Religion would come to rescue him. Unfortunately, Yu Mingxin had sent a message early, and didn't clearly explain the dangers of this place. When Yu Changming received the message, he anxiously rushed over, and didn't inform his fellow disciples. If it weren't for Xiaohua accidentally bumping into his transmission channel, not to mention rescuing Yu Mingxin, even Yu Changming himself would have been trapped in this wasteland. Yu Changming took out a long jade pendant from his Sumera ring, which was engraved with ancient symbols. As Yu Changming chanted, the surrounding heaven and earth origin qi gradually gathered. Then, Yu Changming's hands formed a seal, and the jade pendant turned into a fist-sized halo that fell into the array. Boom! The array was activated, and a burst of light and shadow flashed, like a blooming daisy, and 100 zhang-wide transmission array appeared in front of Xiaohua and the others, exuding obscure fluctuations. Xiaohua had been paying attention to Yu Changming's spell casting, and saw that the magic power fluctuations were similar to what he knew, but the spell casting was completely different. Of course, the power of this spell seemed to be stronger than that of the Dawn Rain continent. Daoist Xiao. Yu Mingxin saw the transmission array appear and said with a smile, if Daoist Xiao hadn't mistakenly entered Senior Brother Changming's transmission channel, Senior Brother Changming should have come out from here. Didn't this Xiao come here to save you? Xiaohua blinked his eyes and looked at Yu Mingxin. He didn't know if it was intentional or not, but he replied with a smile, if this Xiao fell here, wouldn't there be no way to save you? Chapter 4082. That's right. Yu Mingxin smiled faintly and was about to say something when the moonlight in the sky suddenly shone brightly. An extremely obscure and broad wave of energy swept across the night sky. In the air, an inexplicable cloud appeared, and the originally dense heaven and earth yuan qi became even denser. At this time, Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming's faces turned serious. They stopped activating the teleportation formation and put their hands in front of their chest to greet the moon. When Xiaohua saw the two acting so respectfully and the strange movements of their hands, he knew that this was some kind of ritual. Hence, his figure flashed and retreated several dozen feet. When the fluctuation fell on Xiaohua's body, the spirit of the formless nascent soul shook. The cultivation art in his body was activated and the nebula-like core was immediately filled with bright moonlight. Oh! Xiaohua frowned. He was a little surprised and a little happy. After the time it took to finish a meal, the two of them stood up. Yu Changming went to activate the teleportation formation while Yu Ming Xian said with a smile, "I'll let you know that this is the moon sacrifice of our ruins. Normally, it happens once a month. However, there are some abnormalities with the invasion of the devil race. Sometimes it takes half a month, sometimes it takes 2 months." "What is moon sacrifice?" Xiao Hua looked at Yu Changming carefully, taking out the origin stones and putting them on the teleportation formation. His movements were jerky and he knew that activating the teleportation formation would take some time. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't have any reaction to the moon, Yu Mingxin naturally knew that Xiao Hua didn't know what moon sacrifice was. However, she still probed. "There is a moon palace in the moon god realm. Everything in the moon god realm, including the heaven and earth origin energy, is bestowed by the moon palace. The people of the moon god realm naturally have to worship the moon palace. Could it be that spiritual master Zhao's 3 continents don't worship the moon palace?" Xiao Hua shook his head slightly and replied, "Although our 3 continents have moon essence, I have never heard of the moon god realm. Spiritual master Xiao, could it be that you came from outside the realm?" Yu Mingxin was a little dumbfounded. This junior has never heard of the realm outside the moon palace. Even if there are other realms nearby. Speaking until here, Yu Mingxin was shocked. She looked at Yu Changming, who was setting up the teleportation formation, and hurriedly sent a sound transmission. "Senior Xiao, you better not say that you came from outside the realm. Also, don't say that you don't know of the moon god realm." "Why?" Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. Yu Mingxin bit her lips slightly as she sent a sound transmission to Yun Che. "Senior, please know that the moon god realm is commonly known as the cultivation world in the mouths of us disciples. In my moon god realm, all cultivators must worship the moon palace. The purpose of this junior's cultivation is also to enter the moon palace. Anyone who doesn't respect the moon palace will be seen as an alien, just like the devil race. Senior, you are a kind person. Although you don't know about the moon palace, you are still part of our Dao sect. Therefore, it is best to avoid any misunderstandings." See. Xiao Hua couldn't remember how many times he had sucked in a breath of cold air. Previously, when he was doubtful, he faintly felt that something was wrong, but at that time, he didn't know what it was. Only now did he realize it. The Daoist cultivators of the hidden immortal continent ascended to the immortal world. The dragons of the Dragon Island broke through the void and arrived at the Dragon Field. Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming's body flashed with a faint brilliance, blocking the pressure. The 3 figures in the transfer array were slightly distorted. Xiao Hua tried to open his mouth, but his voice seemed to be dragged out. It was somewhat similar to the heavenly prison. After the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua felt the pressure on his body gradually lessen. He knew that the transfer array was about to end. He didn't ask how far the wasteland was from the fragrance cult, but it definitely didn't seem close. Boom! Just as the 3 figures became clear, the entire transfer array suddenly trembled. Then, the rotating black and white brilliance suddenly exploded. Yu Changming was shocked. When the brilliance cracked, a strong black flame rushed out from the crack. Then, a black devil claw stretched out. The devil claw was 10 feet long and had 6 pitch-black fingers. Each finger was wrapped in black flames and each finger had a strange innate devil pattern. When the devil claw reached out, the space around Yu Changming was enveloped by the black flames. He couldn't use his magic power at all. Even under Yu Changming's robe, a faint yellow brilliance flashed. Then, there was a burst of sound. It seemed like his personal defensive treasure was broken. Yu Changming's complexion changed. Caw! At this critical moment, an iron rod blocked the devil claw. The huge force not only dispersed the black flames but also crushed the 2 fingers of the devil claw. A-oh! A clear roar came from outside the transfer array. It faintly entered Yu Changming's ears. Then, the devil claw suddenly retracted. But when it retracted to the edge of the transfer array, another devil claw fell down. Rumble. It sounded like a boulder rolling down the mountain. The transfer array was actually torn apart by the devil claw. Xiaohua and the others felt the space around them shake. The black and white brilliance disappeared and the transfer array also turned into fragments. Xiaohua felt a little dizzy, but at this moment, he could clearly see that because of the sneak attack of the devils, they weren't sent to the real transfer array. At this time, the 3 of them were in midair. In addition to the 3 of them, there was another demon in the air that looked similar to the one they had killed in the wasteland. However, this demon was several times larger than the one they had killed in the wasteland. Moreover, this demon looked somewhat similar to the human race. When he looked around again, he saw balls of black and white light emerging in midair. Daoist cultivators either escaped from the light or had their limbs severed. Around the black and white light, there were 1 or 2 devils spreading their pitch-black wings. Their fiendish claws that flickered with black flames were plunged into the light. Not only that, in mid-air, there was a huge lotus-like mountain. In the middle of the mountain, there was a huge transfer array. Around the mountain, there were dozens of smaller transfer arrays. At this time, the transfer arrays were slightly rotating and issuing a rumbling sound. Around the transfer array, there were hundreds of cultivators of the Dao sect. Each of them was holding a magic weapon and fighting against the devils. The devils outnumbered the humans and their methods were much more cruel. The whole mountain was filled with blood qi and shouts of killing shook the sky. Roar! Just as Xiaohua saw everything in front of him, the devil in front of them roared angrily. Black flames madly rushed out of its wings. The flame threads in the black flames passed through the void and completely enveloped Xiaohua and the other 2. It was like a kind of domain power that imprisoned the space. Oh. It's a little strange. Xiaohua had cultivated the devil arts of the blood drop paradise. Naturally, he was very familiar with the cultivation methods of the devil race. However, seeing the somewhat mutated black flames and the formidable power of the black flames, he was slightly startled. Under the black flames, not to mention Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming, even Xiaohua's true essence was forcibly imprisoned. He couldn't activate it at all. Moreover, just as this imprisonment was formed, the devil swung its tail. An incomparably sharp spike with the smell of blood unexpectedly emerged from the void behind Xiaohua and strangely pierced towards the back of Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua muttered in his heart. He heard Yu Mingxin's miserable cry, "Daoist Xiao, be careful." Xiaohua slightly turned his head and said with a smile, "Miss Mingxin, don't be afraid. I am here." Seeing Xiaohua's smile, Yu Mingxin's heart relaxed for no reason. Looking at Xiaohua again, as he spoke, several thumb-sized thunderbolts emerged from his hand and struck the devil's tail. Lightning flickered and the spike was unexpectedly torn apart. Even the lightning didn't stop and rushed towards the void. Wherever the lightning passed, the void was also torn apart. Previously in the transfer array, Xiaohua didn't dare to use the lightning technique for fear of destroying the transfer array. But in midair, Xiaohua naturally didn't have any more taboos. Puff! Xiaohua opened his mouth again, and a light purple lightning arc quickly rushed out, and landed on the devil's heart. The devil looked down at his heart with some disbelief. That place was originally engraved with devil patterns, and ordinary magic treasures couldn't break it. And now, a fist-sized hole had appeared in that supposedly indestructible place. The edges of this hole were still flickering with strands of lightning. Boom! Just at this moment, a low explosive sound came from within the devil's body. The devil's heart was killed by Xiaohua. The devil slightly raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. Then, the black flames were annihilated, and the devil's body fell from the sky. Chapter 4083. Woo! Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let the devil's body fall here. With a sweep of his mind, the devil's corpse was already stored in his space. Daoist Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua easily killing the devil, Yuming Axayan hastily called out from the side, "Quickly, this is one of the 9 transfer centers of the ruins. There are many transfer channels converging here. If the devil race occupies this place, not only will many transfer channels be cut off, there will also be many fellow Taoists who will fly like moths to a flame and fall into the devil race's trap." Xiaohua nodded and replied, "The 2 of you will lead the way for this old man. Wherever this old man needs help, bring this old man there. After that, the 2 of you will gather the disciples this old man rescued and rise up to resist the devil race." Yes. Yuming Axayan and Yu Chongming were very familiar with this transfer center. Hearing Xiaohua's words, they immediately brought Xiaohua to the center of the transfer array. However, before Xiaohua could get close, rumble. The sound of explosions came from the distance of the transfer array. The light of the transfer array was also extremely bright. Soon after, the rumbling sound of the transfer array disappeared. Not good. Yuming Axayan said anxiously, "The transfer array was destroyed by the devil race. How are we going to return to the sect?" Quickly. Yu Chongming urged, "Daoist Xiao, let's save the other transfer arrays." After saying that, Yu Chongming brought Xiaohua to fly to the nearest transfer array. Xiaohua patted his forehead with one hand and opened his illusion breaker eye. After quickly looking around, he shook his head slightly. These devils are proficient in the Tao of space. They have already started from the transfer channel and destroyed the transfer array from the inside to the outside. We are half a step late. I'm afraid this transfer array will be destroyed. What should we do? Yu Chongming was somewhat anxious. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes and looked around. After a slight estimation, he said, "Don't worry. Let's first drive the devil race away. We will slowly repair these transfer arrays." Just as Xiaohua's words landed, a human-shaped devil flew out from the central transmission array and rushed towards Xiaohua not far away. Thin black flames were surging all over this humanoid devilish being's body, making it appear as if it were wearing a set of clothes. Furthermore, this devilish being's facial features were far more pleasing to the eye than the previous devilish being. Aside from the addition of a crimson horn that was over 3 inches long on its forehead, it appeared to be quite similar to an ordinary human being. Before the devil landed, he immediately shouted arrogantly, "Where did this Taoist cultivator come from? How dare you have designs on this old man? The demon race has learned the etiquette of our human race. You call yourself an old man?" Xiaohua sneered and waved his hands. 2 sword-like thunderbolts appeared out of thin air and pierced towards the chest of the demon. Damn it! The demon cursed in a low voice and released the aura of the demon race from his body. He raised his hand and took out a long spear from who knows where. One of his hands waved the long spear towards Xiaohua, while the other hand waved and 100 feet long devil fire rushed towards the thunderbolts. Hong long long. The thunderbolts were originally condensed like swords. As soon as they touched the devil fire, the thunderbolts immediately turned into the shape of a horned dragon and rushed towards the devil fire. A huge explosion sounded, and the overwhelming might of the heavens and earth rumbled within 100 feet. The devil fire was instantly extinguished by the thunderbolts. Kang! At the same time, another loud noise sounded. Xiaohua waved his hand and the wishful steel staff appeared out of thin air and hit the devil's spear. In an instant, the devil's spear was sent flying. The devil looked at Xiaohua with some disbelief, as if he had never thought that a human race cultivator could be so fierce. Woo! With a muffled sound, Xiaohua's divine will hammer was born again and smashed towards the devil. The demon was scared out of his wits as he looked at the invisible divine sense that was falling from the sky like a meteor. Crimson-red light rushed out of his body, and the horn on his forehead suddenly released a fist-sized light shadow. The light shadow trembled and rushed into the sky like a demon. Every time the light shadow flew an inch, the space collapsed, and blood-red liquid seeped out of the cracks in space. A fishy smell that could corrode everything spread out from the light shadow. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the divine will hammer fell and hit the shadow. The devil was instantly smashed into thousands of fireflies. Under the strong wind, the fireflies had just turned into a smaller devil and had just let out a horrifying smile in the air when they were immediately crushed by the strong wind. What was special was that the divine will hammer didn't slow down after destroying the shadow. It still carried the power of 1,000 caddies and still rushed towards the devil. The devil spread his devil wings and just disappeared into the void. The divine will hammer fell and smashed on one of the devil's wings. Zee-la-la. Like water falling into a pot of oil, the divine will hammer was corroded at the same time, and the devil's wing was also destroyed by the divine will hammer. Ah! The devil once again let out a heart-wrenching roar. His whole devil body surged with devil flames and was about to disappear into the void. At this time, a 3-inch-long lightning thread was spat out from Xiaohua's mouth. Shwa! The lightning thread flashed and immediately disappeared. Then, the space between Xiaohua and the devil rumbled like a drum. The devil's body that had disappeared appeared again. The devil looked around in disbelief, and his blood-red eyes were filled with fear. Crack! What was even more bizarre was that the devilish body of the devilish being suddenly cracked. Then, as if it was made of glass, the devilish being shattered into pieces. Within the pieces of solidified devilish flames, there were still streaks of lightning flashing like cobwebs. This is a bit strange. Seeing that his lightning technique was so powerful, even Xiaohua was a bit surprised. Although he was now at the Grand Ascension stage and his strength was comparable to that of a tribulation transcending stage cultivator, it was still far beyond Xiaohua's expectations that his lightning technique would be so perfect. After Xiaohua killed this demon general, he finally attracted the attention of the other demon generals. Near the center of the teleportation formation, a series of ghostly wails and howls suddenly sounded. Several demon generals surged with demon chi and joined hands to activate a bloody light. From below the teleportation formation, they surged towards Xiaohua like raging waves. Humph! Xiaohua coldly snorted and slapped the top of his head. Pfff. A burst of 5-colored chi more ferocious than a volcanic eruption rushed into the air. Then, accompanied by an oppressive pressure, it spread in all directions. Rumble. Wherever the 5-colored chi passed, all of the blood-red light was destroyed. All of the devil flames were also extinguished. Even the devil chi around the devil generals was thinned by this unparalleled and overwhelming aura. The originally arrogant devils in the devil chi all shrunk their necks and hid in the devil chi. What? What kind of divine ability is this? Yuming Axian and Yu Changming were already full of admiration for Xiaohua. At this time, when they saw the chi of a refined void stage cultivator, they were even more shocked. In their perception, this chi of a refined void stage cultivator was incomparably firm and sharp. It was the natural enemy of devil chi. Not only that, but when they looked at Xiaohua again, he rubbed his hands again, and several thumb-sized crystal lights fell into the air. Hundreds of fluctuations were generated from his body and quickly rippled out to 1,000 miles away. Rumble. Countless lightning flashed and thunder roared in the void. All of the teleportation formations on the mountain peak were covered by these lightning bolts. An unparalleled mountain pressure was generated around Yuming Xian and Yu Changming. The two of them found it difficult to even breathe, let alone use their true essence. Domain, such a large domain. Yuming Xian and Yu Changming didn't know how to hide the shock in their hearts. Boom! 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 One after another, the sound of explosions came from the various teleportation formations. One by one, the weaker devils were killed by Xiao Hua's lightning power. At the same time, the equally powerful devils abandoned the human cultivators that were attacking them and appeared from the void. They used their divine abilities to destroy Xiao Hua's domain. Kang! Xiao Hua slightly raised his hand, and 9 sword qi appeared out of thin air. The sword qi was as strong as the rising sun, and with a wave of Xiao Hua's hand, it fell on the two devils closest to Xiao Hua. One of the two devils was holding a devil hammer in his hand, and the other was holding a black short spear. Half of their bodies fell into the void. They seemed to want to escape, but under Xiao Hua's domain, neither of them could escape into the void. The two devils had no choice but to stimulate their devil qi. Their bodies expanded like black smoke, and at the same time, they faced the flying sword qi. Caw! With a soft sound, the sword qi fell without a trace. The two seemingly indestructible devil tools were split in half by the sword qi. Moreover, the sword qi didn't stop. It flew towards a tall devil general several li away. Seeing the sword qi fly half a li away, the devil horns on the two devil generals' foreheads emitted a faint blood-red light. Then, a faint blood-red light rushed out of the devil horns, and the devil horns were split in half. At the same time, the bodies of the two devil generals were neatly split in half, and they fell from the sky with a loud bang. Caw! Similarly, the devil general several li away wasn't Xiao Hua's opponent. When his devil tool was split in half, his body was also split in half. Senior Martial Brother. Yuming Xian's eyes curved into bright moons. She looked at Yu Changming with some pride and whispered, Senior Xiao might be a great expert of the 5th stage of the Dao transformation realm. An outer realm cultivator we casually picked up actually has such a powerful divine ability. Hee, that's right. Yu Changming touched his face and said with a smile, not long ago, this Dao transformation senior actually stepped on me and apologized to me. My heart is drunk. That's right. Yuming Xian agreed, it's rare for Senior Xiao to be so approachable with such a profound cultivation. If he didn't reveal such a method, would have thought he was just a void refinement realm cultivator. Indeed. Yu Changming prostrated himself in admiration. Senior Xiao's method is brilliant, but the most important thing is his bearing. This is the first time I've seen someone like him. This bearing is like an unattainable mountain, but also like the sun and the spring breeze, making people feel comfortable. I don't know how to describe it. This kind of person is an outstanding person. Even the leader of the Moon Palace can't compare to him, right? Yuming Xian's eyes revealed a trace of strangeness. Chapter 4084. While Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming were praising Xiao Hua's sword had already swept through several teleportation arrays and killed dozens of demon generals under his flying sword. At the same time, from these teleportation arrays, hundreds of Dao sect disciples also flew out with difficulty. They looked at Xiao Hua with longing as he killed the demon generals like cutting melons and vegetables. Damn it, Mahayana cultivation. No, the strength of the 9th level of Essence Qi is really not to be trifled with. Xiao Hua's hands were a little soft. Although these demon generals had strange figures and could freely travel through the void in front of him, this method was not worth mentioning. If it were not for the fact that he wanted to save the Dao sect disciples in the teleportation arrays, he would be too lazy to kill them. How about I let Lu Yi and the others out to practice? However, just as this thought appeared, he immediately extinguished it. After all, he still did not know what kind of realm the ruins was. The information he got from Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming was far from enough to let him see the true appearance of the ruins. He could not let his disciples take too much risk. Within the space controlled by Xiao Hua within 1,000 miles, nearly half of the teleportation arrays had been cleared, and more disciples of the Dao sect were flying out. Boom boom boom. More than a dozen explosions were heard near Xiao Hua, but at the location of these explosions, more than a dozen demon monarchs that were at least 100 feet in size appeared with sinister smiles on their faces. These dozens of demon monarchs had strange fluctuations around their bodies, and the entire space trembled with these fluctuations, resisting the power of Xiao Hua's domain. Moreover, although these dozens of demon monarchs had huge figures, except for the faint demon runes around their bodies, they did not look any different from humans. Some of them even looked quite handsome. I wanted to lure a few void refining brats to have a taste. Who knew that it would actually attract an elder of the three sects? One of the demon monarchs tore Xiao Hua's domain with his hand and looked at Xiao Hua's flying sword with a smile. Look at the sharpness of this flying sword. If this demon monarch is not wrong, this should be the Tai-Bai sect's flying sword technique. The other demon monarch nodded and said, the true qi that killed the demon general was similar to the Xiantian true qi of the Tai-Bai sect. This human must be an elder of the Shindao sect. This matter is a little troublesome. The demon monarch, who was the furthest away from Xiao Hua, held a huge magic wand in his hand and stepped on a demonic beast. However, he shook his head and said, the Shindao sect's elder is too ruthless. His cultivation level should be above the third stage Dao transformation realm. We might not be his match. Now that things have come to this, do we still have a choice? A demon general sneered. The demon horn on his forehead turned blood red. At the same time, he opened his mouth and a river of demon water gushed out. This demonic water did not directly rush towards Xiao Hua. Instead, it spread towards the other demon generals. Indeed. The demon monarch, who was the first to speak, nodded. Being able to kill an elder of the Shindao sect is also a great contribution to us. When the time comes, the demon emperor will definitely reward us. Even if we can't kill him, he definitely won't be able to stop us from escaping. Such a good thing, why not? Kill him. The demon monarchs seemed to ignore Xiao Hua's invincible methods. After a short discussion, they spoke in unison. Rivers of blood gushed out, and the demon monarchs also disrupted Xiao Hua's domain. Then, layers of spatial ripples rose up within 1,000 miles. Under the gaze of Yu Mingxin and the other Dao sect cultivators, Xiao Hua, the demon monarchs, and the demon generals who hurriedly flew out of the teleportation array disappeared into the void. Not good. Yu Mingxin saw this and his expression changed greatly. He said in alarm, this is the demon race's spatial teleportation technique. Senior Xiao is a human. In this space, he definitely won't be able to withstand the demon race's innate divine ability. Senior Martial Brother, we. Yes. How can we help Senior Xiao? Yu Changming was also at his wit's end. Following Xiao Hua's disappearance, the domain that enveloped the entire space also disappeared. The Dao sect cultivators were all able to move. They were all overjoyed to see that they had escaped from death's door. The ones who disappeared before were all powerful demons. Now, although there were still some demon generals and demon soldiers killing humans in these teleportation arrays, these demons were no longer a threat. Some Dao sect cultivators organized themselves and headed towards these teleportation arrays to kill the demons. At the same time, some cultivators flew into the sky. Senior Martial Brother you. Several fragrance cult disciples called out. Who was that senior just now? This little brother doesn't seem to have seen him in the sect before. Senior Martial Brothers. Yu Mingxin shouted, this senior is called Xiao Hua, Daoist Master Xiao. He is an outer realm cultivator. Because the demon race besieged our ruins, he mistakenly entered the ruins during the teleportation process. He doesn't know much about the demon race. Now, he even fell into the demon race's void demon formation. We have to quickly think of a way. Isn't Daoist Master Xiao a senior of our white sect? A disciple of the godly knife school flew in the air and shouted, that old man's flying sword looks very similar to our Tai by school's heaven shocking sword. It doesn't matter whether he is a senior of the white sect or not. Yu Mingxin said unhappily, right now, we have to help Daoist Master Xiao get out of the demon formation. Those are 18 demon monarchs. Even if he is a senior of the white sect, it is inevitable that he will suffer losses in there. The Shindao sect disciple stopped there awkwardly. He bit his lips and frowned. Then, he said in a low voice, but that demon formation was set up by more than 10 demon monarchs. How can we help Daoist Master Xiao? Is there a disciple of the Misty School here? Yu Mingxin suddenly thought of something and hurriedly called out. I am from the Misty School. A handsome male disciple in the distance hurriedly raised his hand and answered. Junior Martial Sister. Yu Changming seemed to have thought of something and said in surprise, You, what are you going to do? Of course, I am going to ask the Moon Beast to help us. Yu Mingxin answered calmly, her eyes filled with determination. Are you crazy? Yu Changming said anxiously, if it were any other time, we would have asked the Moon Beast to come down to the mortal world. But now, the demon race has joined forces to seal the area around the ancient ruins. Let alone 10 years, even 100 years is not enough to break this seal. Also, if the Moon Beast is useful, the sect leaders would have asked it to come down to the mortal world. Why would they fight so hard against the demon race? Of course, I am not crazy. Yu Mingxin said with a smile, my life was saved by Daoist Master Xiao. How can I watch Daoist Master Xiao get trapped by the demon monarchs? I don't know if the Moon Beast is useful or not, but this is the only thing I can do for Daoist Master Xiao. Then, Yu Mingxin turned around and looked at the disciples of various sects who were rushing toward them. She said anxiously, Daoist Master Xiao killed a group of demon generals and saved us. How can we be so ungrateful and not save our benefactor when he is in a sea of fire? Senior Martial Brothers, I don't need you to waste your lifespan. I only need you to take out some of your blood essence and offer it to the Moon Beast. I will provide all the lifespan essence. Okay. A few Dao sect disciples who were excited shouted, Junior Martial Sister Yu is the first to bear the brunt. If you do not have enough lifespan essence, you can retreat. We are willing to sacrifice 10 years of our lifespan for Daoist Master Xiao. Okay, if that's the case, we will sacrifice the Moon Beast immediately. Yu Mingxin was overjoyed when she saw this. She knelt down in mid-air and recited the incantation. A devout power of vow was emitted from her body. At the same time, the rest of the disciples held their Dharma treasures and stood guard around them. Some of them knelt down in mid-air as well. There were thousands of them. Everyone was reciting the incantation. Streams of power of vow rushed up to the sky and gathered together. However, although the power of vow was rolling around in mid-air, it did not rush up to the sky. After a few minutes, Yumingxin's face was filled with sincerity. She recited, "Moon Beast, oh Moon Beast, I, Yumingxin, am praying in the lower realm. Please save Daoist Master Xiaohua, Xiaozhenren, from the hands of the demon clan. I am willing to sacrifice 10 years of my life to Lord Moon Beast." As she was speaking, Yumingxin opened her mouth and a drop of blood essence fell into midair. Then, Yumingxin raised her hand and a faint golden light appeared on her index finger. As Yumingxin drew a strange rune in midair, the blood essence vibrated slowly. Waves of energy rushed into the power of vow in midair. Quick! After a while, Yumingxin raised her hand and touched the blood essence. Puff! An even stronger wave came out from the blood essence and rushed up to the sky like a flying sword. Paw! With a light sound, Yumingxin turned her hand and the blood essence fell between her eyebrows. Wang! Yumingxin's body suddenly let out a rumbling sound similar to that of a Dharma treasure. 10 waves of energy rushed out from between her eyebrows together with the rumbling sound. The waves fell into the power of vow from before. The power of vow turned into a beast shape and rushed up to the sky. However, the beast shape only rushed out for 100 miles before it was blocked by a huge restriction. It could not rise any higher. Even the faint outline of the moon in the sky did not have any reaction. Yumingxin narrowed her eyes. Without hesitation, she spat out another mouthful of blood essence and cast the spell again. Thousands of Dao sect disciples were also reciting the incantation. An even stronger power of vow rushed out. The ruins had been surrounded by the devil race for a long time. Yumingxin was only a god refinement cultivator. Even if she used her life essence to cast the secret technique of the cultivation world, it was impossible for her to break through the devil race's formation. After 10 times, wrinkles appeared on Yumingxin's face. The power of vow from the blood essence only rushed up to a few 100 miles in the sky. Although Yumingxin could not see the power of vow, she could clearly feel that there was an iron wall in the sky that blocked her power of vow. Lord Moon Beast. Yumingxin raised her hand and poked her finger into her heart. Hot blood gushed out, junior sister. Yu Changming was so distressed that he almost cried. He knew that this poke might not be able to take Yumingxin's life. However, Yumingxin would lose more than just her lifespan. As expected, after hot blood gushed out, Yumingxin cast the secret technique of sacrifice again. Yumingxin's face quickly withered and her hair turned white instantly. Yumingxin wailed, "Lord Moon Beast, I am willing to sacrifice my life to invite Lord Moon Beast to come to the mortal world. Spiritual Master Xiao, please save my life. I am willing to exchange my life for yours." Chapter 4085. Following Yuming Xian's words, the outline of the bright moon in the sky suddenly became clear. An indescribable fluctuation transcended the distance of space and suddenly fell into the power of hope of thousands of disciples. Whoosh! Like a golden dragon breaking through the chains, Yuming Xian's essence blood rushed into the sky along with a large amount of power of hope, breaking through the sky at the place where the fluctuation fell. Woo-woo! In just a few breaths, the place where the moon palace's fluctuation fell, the space began to distort intensely. An extremely vast and sacred aura poured out from the crack in space. Yuming Xian's wrinkled face was filled with ecstasy. The other disciples were also ecstatic and devoutly knelt down again. As for Xiaohua, he saw the bloody space mixed with the strange fluctuation quickly enveloping him. Moreover, a kind of spatial force was born from the fluctuation, as if a dozen forces were dragging him into the void. Although Xiaohua had the ability to resist this force, looking at the vague smile of the demon monarch behind the bloody mist, Xiaohua sneered even more. He simply gave up resisting, and his figure disappeared into the void along with the fluctuation. Xiaohua had just returned from the void. Why would he be afraid of fighting the demon race in the void? When Xiaohua's figure landed, he took a closer look. This void was different from the previous void. It was suffused with a strange blood-red color. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and immediately understood that this was a void boundary similar to the one in the blood drop paradise. The blood-red fog rapidly corroded Xiaohua's divine sense. However, Xiaohua's divine sense was as tough as steel. The moment it came into contact with the blood-red fog, it immediately retreated. The blood-red space did not affect his divine sense at all. Ha! Several wild laughter came from the edge of the bloody space. The 6 demon monarchs in the shape of 6 stars revealed their demon bodies amidst their laughter. The demon monarchs' demon bodies were several hundred zhang in size, and the black flames and bloody light on them condensed into strange demon patterns. Each demon pattern was like a small world, and inside it was filled with roars, blood, hatred, and other negative emotions. Xiaohua was not in a hurry to attack, he only released his domain to protect himself within 100 zhang. He calmly looked at the numerous demon monarchs, and secretly laughed in his heart. Damn, these demon monarchs are really different from the demon generals I saw in the Dawn Rain continent. Moreover, this demon race's technique is also higher level than the blood drop paradise. My devil body has already completed the blood drop grotto heaven, and there are no other techniques for further cultivation. Now that I have come here by chance, although I have yet to figure out what kind of world the ruins is in, this technique is the real deal. There are more than 10 demon monarchs in the void, and other demon generals. They should have techniques of the demon race, right? This Xiao only needs one technique. Even if this Xiao can't cultivate this technique, when I see second senior brother in the future, he can still use it. Ha, these stupid pigs. How could the demon monarch, who was despised by Xiaohua as a stupid pig, know of Xiaohua's wishful thinking? Seeing Xiaohua standing there in a daze, he couldn't help but laugh out loud again and shouted, "Ha ha ha, you human, obediently become this demon monarch's blood food. If this demon monarch is happy, I can even release your soul and let you fall into the netherworld to start anew. Otherwise, I will let you be like those wandering souls, unable to reincarnate for thousands of years." While speaking, that demon monarch seemed to be demonstrating his power. He waved his hand in the air, and a pitch-black banner was taken out. On the banner, numerous blood lights surged, and countless wandering souls were shouting. There was even a soul that was emitting golden light that was about to fly out from the banner. Damn it! The devil monarch was unable to control the devil banner and spat out a mouthful of devil blood onto the golden soul. Oh! The golden soul roared as it covered its head and rolled around in the air. Devil Chi flew out from the banner and pulled the soul into it. In just a few breaths of time, wang, wang, wang. The sound of an army galloping could be heard. That golden soul turned into a valiant general riding on a jet-black demonic beast. It stepped out of the void, and the halberd in the soul's hand gave off an indescribable fluctuation. It actually made Xiaohua's hair stand on end. How can you make the first move? Another demon monarch beside the demon monarch was anxious. Didn't we agree to attack together? As he spoke, the devil monarch hastily raised his hand and clapped. A pitch-black brilliance frantically flew out from the top of his head. That brilliance transformed into an image that was exactly the same as the devil monarch in midair. His hand was actually holding a devil's sword like a Dao sect cultivator, and he stabbed it towards Xiaohua. In this blood-colored space, under the thrust of the demon sword, the previous violent wave immediately fell in front of Xiaohua's domain in a few breaths. Ha! Xiaohua laughed and patted his head. Demon brothers, don't be anxious. Come one by one, this little one has a considerate service here that will satisfy you. Boom! But at the top of Xiaohua's head, a 9-colored Buddhist light gushed out, and Buddha Bodhi's 8-foot golden body appeared along with the Buddhist light. The moment Bodhi appeared, the Buddhist light immediately tore the blood-colored space to a size of 100 zhang. Wherever the Buddhist light went, all the blood color disappeared, and all the space collapsed. Namo Maitreya Buddha. Bodhi chanted the name of Buddha and said, "Before Buddha, a seed of karma, today it bears fruit." The Sarira is the spirit, and Bodhi has achieved the golden body. As Bodhi's voice fell, his hands formed a Buddhist seal, and the power of mountains, like a heavenly dragon roaring, rushed towards the demon monarch sword light, and the power of karma, like a sea of blood, rushed towards the demon banner's soul. This is the Buddha Kingdom golden body. The two demon monarchs were shocked. How could he appear here? However, after being surprised, extreme greed appeared in the eyes of the two demon monarchs. One of the demon monarchs shouted, "Everyone, this Buddha Kingdom golden body belongs to us. No one can snatch it from us." While speaking, the two demon monarchs not only activated their demon weapons, but also stepped on demon flames, and personally rushed over, as if this Bodhi was a great tonic. "Damn it!" The third demon monarch shouted, "Why didn't I make the first move? Haha, then I'll take this human elder as my food." Following this demon monarch's roar, another demon monarch beside him also shouted, "How can you be his opponent? I'll help you. We'll share it together." Roar. The third demon monarch stepped on a demon beast that was at least 1,000 zhang long. The demon beast spat out demon flames from its mouth, and on its wings, there were thousands of zhang of demon flames that rushed towards Xiaohua. The fourth demon monarch waved his hand, and tens of thousands of tentacles quickly spread in the blood-colored space, attacking Xiaohua faster than the demon flames. Didn't this Xiao say? One by one. Not a single one will be left out. Xiaohua smiled proudly, but he didn't activate his divine ability. Instead, he flipped his palm and landed on the top of his head. Boom! Another 5-colored light gushed out, and a Xiaohua wearing a scholar's robe rushed out while stepping on a 5-colored auspicious cloud with his hands behind his back. The scholar cultivator Xiaohua landed in the air, and the aura surging around him was also the nemesis of the demon Qi. Wherever the multicolored light and auspicious cloud touched, the blood-colored space melted, and waves of whales came out from the blood-colored space. Thousands of demons were killed by this multicolored light. The scholar cultivator Xiaohua sang, "5 Qis unifying as my earth, 3 flowers gathering as my sky, Xiantian true Qi as my body, Civil Star Lord as my name." As the scholar cultivator Xiaohua waved his hand, 2 sword lights soared into the sky, respectively tearing the blood-colored space apart, and rushed towards the 2 demon monarchs fiercely rushing towards him. This. The 5th demon monarch looked at the 6th demon monarch, who was also surprised, and said with some disbelief, "This human cultivator, how many primordial spirits did he cultivate? Could it be that he has already surpassed the Tao transformation realm of the cultivation world? How is that possible?" The 6th demon monarch sneered, "If he had surpassed the Tao transformation realm, he would have already entered the Moon Palace. Why would he need to suffer here? Damn it, everyone, take your time. I want to see how many primordial spirits this little Shindao sect elder has cultivated." While speaking, the 2 demon monarchs also activated their divine abilities. One transformed into a 1,000 feet tall demon and rushed down, while the other's demon body disappeared and turned into hundreds of millions of demons, rushing towards Xiaohua like a flood. That's all. Xiaohua was extremely calm, and once again patted his head. Boom! A pure dragon Qi soared into the sky, and a 5-clawed golden dragon with supreme auspicious light surging around it flew out. As soon as the 5-clawed golden dragon appeared, streams of dragon Qi formed a jade necklace. Although the jade necklace's light was not as bright as the Buddhist light and innate true chi, it still destroyed most of the blood-colored space. Roar! The five-clawed golden dragon let out a dragon roar, and similarly sang, 100 million years of fate formed my soul, a dragon pool cast my body, the primordial world condensed my soul, and the dragon vein formed my name. The dragon's body swayed, and in the blood-colored space, it turned into thousands of feet long, and pounced towards the two demon monarchs who were already close to it. The blood-colored space was already on the verge of collapse. Under the Buddhist light, Bodhi activated his psyche power and fought evenly with the two demon monarchs. In the five-colored true chi, of course, Wen Chu was not to be outdone. His two flying swords were like swimming dragons, dealing with the two demon monarchs with ease. Relying on his physical body and chanting the heavenly dragon language technique, he gradually suppressed the two demon monarchs. Xiaohua chuckled and said, "Demon brothers. Do you have any other tricks?" Buzz. The surrounding space trembled, and dozens of blood-colored lights surged out again, reinforcing the space. The remaining 12 demon monarchs appeared with indescribable expressions. They looked at the three fighting groups, then looked at the complacent Xiaohua, and exchanged glances with each other. Then, another two demon monarchs stepped on their demonic beasts and rushed out, as if they wanted to see what tricks Xiaohua had up his sleeves. Ha! Xiaohua did not hesitate to pat his palm again. Under the horrified gazes of the demon monarchs, the formless Yuan Ying stepped on a thunderbolt and appeared in front of the demon monarchs. The formless nascent soul was originally formless, but it was able to reveal itself in the void. It was only 3 feet tall and was surrounded by lightning. As soon as it landed in the blood-red space, the surrounding space was pulverized by a series of thunderbolts. A gentle voice came from its mouth. "Thunderbolts are my name, thunderbolts are my weapons, thunderbolts are my actions, and heavenly retribution is my fate." Chapter 4086. As soon as he finished speaking, the formless nascent soul named Thunder gradually expanded under the control of the green-robed Xiaohua. It turned into a cultivator with a similar figure to Xiaohua. It held 2 thunderbolts as weapons and faced the 2 demon monarchs. What is this thing?" The demon monarchs were puzzled when they saw the nascent soul appear. However, an indescribable temptation was born from the nascent soul's spiritual body. The demon monarchs couldn't help but drool. "Kill!" another 2 demon monarchs shouted. Demon clouds appeared under their feet and they roared as they pounced towards Xiaohua. "Humph!" Xiaohua snorted coldly and slapped the door again. Another wave of dense desolate aura rushed out. This aura frightened all the demon monarchs, causing them to tremble slightly, as if they wanted to escape. However, when they saw Xiaohua, who was 100 feet tall, flying out, greed appeared in their eyes. Bone-tempering Xiaohua laughed and said, "Bone-tempering 7 colors into my body, origin gathering into my soul, desolate wilderness casting into my soul, celestial descent creating my name." As bone-tempering Xiaohua, who called himself a celestial being, pounced towards the 2 demon monarchs with the Big Dipper fist, the other demon monarchs were slightly stunned. One demon monarch said curiously, This seems to be similar to my demon realm's great cycle of stars fist technique. This thing that's filled with desolate aura, how can it understand my demon realm's fist technique? Could it be that this is a desolate variant possessed by my demon realm senior?" A demon monarch guessed. "Damn it, these 2 things are taking advantage of us." The other demon monarchs were somewhat jealous. "If they occupy this desolate variant, I'm afraid they can quickly advance to Demon Emperor, or even Demon Lord. This desolate variant is no longer the primordial spirit of a human cultivator." The other 2 demon monarchs were very alert. They hurriedly urged the demon clouds to fly out and laughed, "Let us see the means of this human cultivator." Seeing two more demon monarchs charging at him, Xiaohua laughed out loud. Bronze light flashed around his body as he executed the heavenly law's embodiment technique. As his body grew bigger, the phoenix parasol flew out from the light. An even more violent demonic energy filled the blood-red space. A clear cry came from the phoenix parasol, and the voice of the phoenix parasol resounded throughout the entire space. The ancient heavenly phoenix became my body, the holy bloodline gathered my soul, the divine demonic array created my soul, and the phoenix parasol tree is my name. As the phoenix parasol flapped its wings, a demon clan aura that was even stronger than dragon vein Xiaohua's surged out in all directions. The phoenix parasol was like a bolt of lightning as it flew across the sky and landed in front of the two demon monarchs. As the demon chi danced in the air, layers of demon runes condensed into ancient runes, blocking the demon chi and demon flames of the two demon monarchs. Why did the desolate wilderness demon race appear again? All the demon monarchs were shocked. If the celestial being still had some desolate wilderness aura, then the phoenix parasol was soaked in desolate wilderness aura from head to toe. However, this desolate wilderness aura was slightly thin and not as thick as they had imagined. Now, there were only 6 devil monarchs left. 2 of them couldn't hold themselves back and jumped out. They brandished their devil weapons and summoned a devil fire that was 1,000 feet long to charge at Xiaohua. They even shouted, "That human, I want to see what other tricks you have." Although Xiaohua couldn't understand what the two demon kings were talking about, he gave a faint smile. Green light surged out from between the eyebrows of his enormous golden body. Puff! A dark green stream of light rushed out. Confucian cultivator Xiaohua, who was wearing an ancient magus outfit and a crown on his head, flew out. Xiaohua held the pen in his hand, smiled faintly, then opened his mouth. Tens of green seal characters flew out, one after another turning into the voice of gods and ghosts in midair. When the heaven and earth were born, my soul was born, the sun and moon transformed into my soul, the chaos transformed into my language, the prehistorical magus overlord is my name. This sound easily tore apart the blood-colored space, and the green light even surrounded the two demon monarchs. The soul power on the airbrush that could give the dragon painting finishing touch trembled, and a large amount of demonic chi was turned into nothingness. The remaining 4 demon monarchs trembled in midair. Xiaohua's methods were getting more and more inconceivable. These demon monarchs who had always been fearless could no longer imagine what other tricks Xiaohua had up his sleeves. They looked at each other and the bloody light surged around their bodies. Their figures gradually turned transparent. Since things have already come to this point, why do you still want to run? Xiaohua sneered. Demon chi surged around Xiaohua's body, and the demon monarch Xiaohua flew out of Xiaohua's heavenly law's embodiment technique. Ah! The 4 demon monarchs saw the demon monarch Xiaohua's demon chi. Although they were stunned, disdain appeared in their eyes. They were about to flee, but they stopped. Greed appeared in their eyes. They wanted to devour Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua sneered and sang, "An immortal weapon formed my soul. Billions of blood spirits cast my soul. An ancient demon weapon formed my body. Endless slaughter is my name." As Xiaohua's voice drifted out, the demon monarch Xiaohua waved the demon monarch Xiaohua's left hand. Boundless demon chi turned into monstrous demon flames that surged towards the 4 demon monarchs. When the 4 demon monarchs saw the demon monarch Xiaohua's demon chi, they shouted in unison, "Demon monarch Xiaohua! You! How do you have demon monarch Xiaohua?" At this point, the 4 demon monarchs no longer dared to be arrogant in front of demon monarch Xiaohua. Their demon chi surged rapidly, and their bodies seemed to fade away. Unfortunately, Xiaohua sneered, "All of you, stay here." As he spoke, Shi Jiang waved his devil blade, but he did not slash at the 4 demon monarchs. Instead, he raised his blade and slashed down, sealing off the surrounding space. Looking at Xiaohua again, he rubbed his hands, and several rays of crystal light fell into the air. They transformed into small snake-like crystal threads that fluttered around the 4 demon monarchs. Whenever the demon monarch's devil chi came into contact with the crystal threads, they would explode into pieces. In just a few breaths, the 4 demon monarchs were forced into a ball by Xiaohua. Do you know what it means to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it? Xiaohua Yu looked around at the battle that was taking place within 100 kilometers. He said indifferently, "It would be easy for this old man to kill all of you. However, in order to beat you at your own game, I had no choice but to make you fall into my trap. Now that this old man's plan has succeeded, all of you, just obediently become my dishes." As he spoke, Shi suddenly waved his demonic blade. The bodies of the 4 demon monarchs trembled. They tried their best to activate their demonic chi to block, but the surrounding space was sealed by Xiaohua. Not only were they unable to produce their demonic flames, they were also unable to use their innate ability to escape through the air. As the demonic blade descended, more than 50% of their bodies were chopped off. Puff! Demon monarch Xiaohua's face revealed true ferocity. He opened his mouth, and demon chi flew out, turning into a net that covered the 4 demon monarchs. Under the urging of the demon flames, the 4 demon monarchs obediently fell into demon monarch Xiaohua's mouth. "Fellow Taoists, you can make your move now." Xiaohua looked at Shi with satisfaction as he once again opened his mouth and sucked in all the demonic chi around him. Only then did he open his mouth and laugh. "Good." Bodhi and the others laughed together. Their cultivation was much higher than the 2 demon monarchs, but in order to lure them, they had been hiding their strength. With Xiaohua's command, they used all kinds of methods. Bodhi took out his alms bowl, Wen Chu took out the Yuzhou cauldron, and one by one, they captured the demon monarchs in front of them. As for demon monarch Xiaohua, his demon blade danced, and he easily killed dozens of demon generals. "Thank you, big brothers." Demon monarch Xiaohua was very careful. He bowed to the other primordial spirits, then opened his mouth again. The primordial spirits sent the captured demon monarchs into demon monarch Xiaohua's mouth. Looking at demon monarch Xiaohua devouring the 18 demon monarchs, Wen Chu and the others clasped their hands and entered Xiaohua's body. Taking advantage of this time, demon monarch Xiaohua opened his mouth, and all the demon chi and demon flames in the blood-red space fell into his stomach. Xiaohua looked around, nodded, and said, "Not bad. We have achieved a great victory in our first battle. Congratulations. It's all thanks to big brothers, this little brother is nothing." Demon monarch Xiaohua was very humble. Xiaohua looked at demon monarch Xiaohua and the demon blade on his left arm, and said, "These demon monarchs seem to know the origin of this demon blade. Carefully look at their memories, and their cultivation techniques, and those that are suitable for you to cultivate yourself. If there are any extra, you have to transfer them and leave them for Zhang Qingshao in the future." "Yes, little brother understands." Demon monarch Xiaohua nodded, and his body began to transform. And at this moment, an extremely powerful wave penetrated from outside the void. Demon monarch Xiaohua frowned, and the demon blade in his hand was about to swing out. "You can go back." Xiaohua calmly instructed, "Wait for me to go and see what happened." "Yes, sir." Demon monarch Xiaohua turned into a wisp of green smoke and entered Xiaohua's body. The delusion breaker eye between Xiaohua's brows opened, and a silver-white pillar of light landed in the void, easily tearing open a spatial crack that was several zhang in size. At this moment, the ripple swept across Xiao Hua's body and turned elsewhere. Oh! What is this? Xiao Hua tore open the void and stepped on the air. He couldn't help but be surprised, only to see a strange demon beast that was thousands of zhang in size crawling in the air. This demon beast looked like a rabbit, but its entire body was covered with scales. A golden horn protruded from between its blood-red eyes. The powerful ripple came from this golden horn. On the back of the monster, a pair of wings that were thousands of zhang in size emitted a slightly holy moonlight. The remaining demonic energy near the teleportation array was all dispersed by this moonlight. Taoist Master Xiao. A hoarse voice with pleasant surprise entered Xiao Hua's ears. You. Who are you? Looking at this old woman who was about to die, Xiao Hua's eyes were filled with confusion as he asked in a low voice. I. This old woman was naturally Yuming Xan. Her eyes were filled with ecstasy, and tears were already flowing down. She opened her mouth, but didn't know how to explain. No, you are. Xiao Hua looked at Yuming Xan's familiar clothes and the expression in her eyes. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something and cried out in surprise. Taoist Master Xiao. Yu Changming hurriedly flew over and said with a smile, she is Junior's junior sister, Yuming Xan. You. How did you become like this? Xiao Hua was very puzzled. He looked around and saw that the thousands of Daoist disciples were facing the moon beast that they had summoned. They were all kneeling on the ground, not daring to stand up. Daoist Master Xiao. Yu Changming hurriedly explained, Junior sister saw you fall into the demon monarch's demonic array. After Yu Changming explained the situation, Xiao Hua's heart softened. He smiled and said, you silly girl, if this old man didn't want to, how could a mere demon monarch take this old man away? Open your mouth. Chapter 4087. When Yu Mingxin heard Xiao Hua calling her a silly girl, her tears flowed down uncontrollably. When she saw Xiao Hua in a difficult situation and remembered that Xiao Hua had just saved her life, she panicked. When she thought of the moon beast, it was as if she had grasped onto a life-saving straw. She did not consider the consequences at all. Now that she thought about it, she felt a little scared. When Yu Mingxin heard Xiao Hua's order, although she did not understand, she still obediently opened her small mouth that was full of wrinkles. Xiao Hua reached out his hand and a rejuvenation pill fell into her mouth. Along with the numbing lightning, the medicinal liquid flowed into Yu Mingxin's stomach. It was as if time had turned back, and it was also as if a spring breeze was caressing her face. Her wrinkled face was filled with youthfulness, and her white hair turned black. This rejuvenation pill was made by the green-robed Xiao Hua and the scholarly cultivator Xiao Hua together. It was not as simple as just restoring youthfulness. Although Yu Mingxin could not completely recover the hundreds of years of her lifespan that she had lost for Xiao Hua, with the help of the rejuvenation pill, she could still recover most of her lifespan. Taoist Master Xiao. Looking at her wrinkled hands becoming plump little by little, how could Yu Mingxin not know the miraculous effects of Xiao Hua's medicinal pills? In the end, Yu Mingxin waved her hand, but on the surface of the mirror, a beautiful and delicate woman like a flower and jade appeared once again. Yu Mingxin's heart thumped wildly. She said tenderly, many thanks for Daoist Master's rejuvenation technique. No need. Xiao Hua smiled and said, you gave up your life essence for me, so I naturally have to replenish it for you. This is what I should do. Puff puff. Just as Xiao Hua finished speaking, a strange sound came from beside Xiao Hua. Then, a powerful wave swept through the void and landed on Xiaohua's body. A shadow that was a few feet tall appeared beside Yumingxin. It was the shadow of the moon beast that was a few feet tall. The moon beast that was 1,000 feet tall was indeed intimidating, but the shadow that was a few feet tall was as cute as a rabbit. Especially when the shadow of the moon beast was sniffing something beside Yumingxin and flapping its wings anxiously, it was really unbearable to look at. Spiritual Master Xiao. Yumingxin understood the moon beast's thoughts. She begged softly, "Do you still have any more pills?" Lord Moon Beast seems to like that pill. Xiaohua looked at the moon beast and rolled his eyes. He smiled and said, "You were summoned by Miss Ming Axian, so you can be considered to be fated with her. Don't forget her name, she is Ming Axian, a disciple of the fragrant cult in the ruins." Puff, puff. The Luna beast seemed to have understood what he was saying. It flapped its tiny wings. Xiaohua raised his hand and threw another rejuvenation pill into the moon beast's mouth. Boom! The Luna beast's wings trembled, and the entire shadow shattered into pieces. Then, the Luna beast let out a long cry at the moon shadow in the sky. Apart from 2 pieces that remained on the ground, the rest fell into the Luna beast's body. Then, a wave of energy shot up into the sky, and the moonlight shone down as well. The Luna beast's body started to shrink rapidly, and in a moment, it disappeared. The moonlight also disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. Swoosh! As the moonlight disappeared, the 2 pieces of the Luna beast's shadow also disappeared. However, Xiaohua and Yuming Axian were shocked at the same time. They saw a faint image of the Luna beast appearing at the same spot on their right hand. Damn it! Yuming Axian's heart was filled with happiness. She hurriedly kowtowed to the moonlight. Xiaohua, on the other hand, was shocked and could not help but curse. The Luna beast's strength was nothing to Xiaohua, but its method was really strange. Xiaohua actually did not know how the fragments fell into his hands. Farewell, Lord Moon Beast. Thousands of Daoist cultivators kowtowed together as they shouted. This Luna beast is a little strange. Xiaohua squinted his eyes and looked at the vague outline of the moon. This moon palace is even stranger. I just don't know if my cultivation technique is different from the ruins. Otherwise, I would really want to go to the moon world to take a look. After sending off the Luna beast, the thousands of Daoist cultivators bowed together and said, "Juniors thank Spiritual Master Xiao for saving our lives." "Hee, you're welcome." Xiaohua waved his hand and helped all the cultivators up. He smiled and said, "We are all from the human race. Of course, we have to face the demon race together. Moreover, I am very happy that all of you are praying for me together just now." Immediately after, the various sects and clans recommended a few disciples to meet Xiaohua and ask him to take care of the matters here. Unfortunately, how could Xiaohua make the decision? He smiled and said, "Although I am your senior, I am still new here. I am not very clear about the ruins. You can discuss it first. When you need me, just tell me." "Yes." A few disciples who were of virtue replied and started to discuss in low voices. In just a moment, they had already decided on a plan. They came together to report. It was nothing more than sending disciples back to the various sects to report, leaving most of the disciples here to guard the teleportation formations. They also asked the disciples who knew a little about teleportation formations to repair the teleportation formations first. When the seniors from the various sects who were proficient in teleportation formations arrived, all the teleportation formations would be repaired. Xiaohua did not raise any objections. They all nodded in agreement and let these disciples pass down the orders. Although Xiaohua did not say anything, his existence was where everyone felt at ease. Following these orders, the group of disciples set up defenses, transmitted messages, and repaired the teleportation formations in an orderly manner. However, after a moment, those few disciples left again with somewhat difficult expressions. They said in a low voice, "Daoist Xiao, we juniors have another piece of news that we do not know whether it is true or false. Please make a decision." "Oh. What news?" Xiaohua's heart stirred, and he asked somewhat strangely. At this moment, a large man dressed in embroidered clothes held a treasured saber in his hand. He landed in front of Xiaohua and bowed, saying, "Junior Ishendao Sect's disciple Wan Wuxin. Greetings, Daoist Xiao." Wan Wuxin. Xiaohua blinked his eyes. Out of the corner of his eye, he swept a glance at Yumingxin, who was standing at the side with a smile. An indescribable sense of familiarity arose in his heart. Thus, Xiaohua smiled and said, "What news do you have?" "This." Wan Wuxin was somewhat hesitant. He said in a low voice, "Junior received a piece of news, but could not distinguish whether it was true or false. Junior originally wanted to use the teleportation formation to send the news back to Shindao's sect and ask the seniors in the sect to make a decision. However, when I arrived here and saw that the teleportation formation had been attacked by the Devil Clan, I felt that this news was conclusive. However, when I thought that there were actually more than 10 Devil Monarchs lying in ambush here, Junior felt that this news was also a trap. Thus, Junior did not dare to be certain. Moreover, Junior did not dare to tell the disciples of the other sects. Tell me, I have my own judgment." Xiaohua was somewhat impatient. He interrupted Wan Wuxin's words and asked. Wan Wuxin's face was slightly red. His words indeed had the intention of shirking responsibility. Since Xiaohua had seen through it, he could not help but say, "Junior received news that a Devil Emperor personally led 500,000 Devil soldiers and Devil generals to the southwest of the ruins. He wanted to exterminate White Cloud Monastery, Soft Sound Palace, Full Ridge and 10 other sects. There were several thousand disciples at the teleportation formation. Of course, there were disciples from White Cloud Monastery and other sections. When these disciples heard this, they could not help but become anxious. A few of them immediately bowed and said, "Daoist Xiao, our sects are in trouble. Daoist Xiao, please help us. Daoist Xiao's grace, we will never forget it." This. Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. Killing a few devil generals and capturing a few devil monarchs did not pose too much pressure to him. It was as easy as lifting his hand. However, if he was facing a devil emperor, facing hundreds of thousands of devil soldiers and devil generals, it was not something that he alone could decide the outcome of the battle. Moreover, how could such an important piece of news be easily obtained by a disciple like Wan Wuxin? Even if Xiaohua used his heel to think, he would know that this was a trap. Xiaohua pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly thought of something. He waved his hand and said, "You all discuss it first. This old man still has some urgent matters to attend to." After he finished speaking, Xiaohua's figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. After that, everyone felt that a strong hurricane was born high up in the sky. It swept towards the surrounding 10,000 li radius. For a moment, sand and stones flew everywhere. The sky was filled with chaos. What is Senior Xiao doing?" Wan Wuxin looked at everyone with some astonishment and asked in a low voice. Several people shook their heads slightly. Sensing that the surrounding temperature was gradually turning cold, they were also puzzled. Yuming Axayan smiled. "Senior Xiao is using a secret technique to detect the whereabouts of the nearby devil race. he should be preparing to go to the southwest border to help the 10 sections. However, he is afraid that the previous 10 devil monarchs will have an even bigger ambush near the teleportation formation. Daoist Xiao is really considerate. Everyone sighed in their hearts. They hurriedly lowered their heads to discuss how to send a message to the 3 major sects and how to send disciples to assist the 10 sections. Xiaohua naturally wasn't searching for the traces of the devil race like Yuming Xian said. He just thought of the devil monarch's devil banner and knew that under the siege of the devil race, the souls of the cultivators who died in battle couldn't fall into the 9 underworlds. Therefore, he opened his illusion breaker eye and urged the netherworld origin power of the yin side of space to collect the souls of the cultivators who died in battle. This collection didn't matter, but it gave Xiaohua a fright. Not only were there many wandering souls near the teleportation formation, even the surrounding 10,000 li radius and 100,000 li radius were also filled with wandering souls. Presumably, the devil race didn't have time to refine and devour the cultivators who died in the successive battles. When Xiaohua returned with a full load, Wan Wuxin and the others also discussed the result. Some disciples even left the teleportation formation and rushed to other places to spread this news. Senior. Wan Wuxin said carefully, Junior got this news by chance. As he spoke, Wan Wuxin told the process of how he got the news. It was nothing more than going deep into the enemy's rear and relying on some small tricks to hear some secrets of the devil race. Finally, Wan Wuxin said again, Junior knows this process sounds very unrealistic, but the language of the devil race is abnormally obscure. Our human cultivators have never been able to understand it. Especially the lowest level devil soldiers, they come from all parts of the devil world. The syllables they speak are also different. However, Junior had some luck previously and obtained a jade slip. Inside it is the pronunciation method of the devil world. Although Junior can't understand the majority of the devil race's pronunciation, there are still 2 or 3 obscure syllables that Junior can understand. Yet, what you heard from the demon soldier is what you understand. Xiaohua asked thoughtfully as he pinched his chin. Wan Wuxin nodded vigorously. Indeed. Then, Wan Wuxin took out a bright silver jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua. He said respectfully, Senior, if you don't believe me, you can take a look. Chapter 4088. Seeing Wan Wuxin's worry and panic, Xiaohua shook his head and said with a smile, It's not that I don't believe you. I just feel that my cultivation hasn't reached the level where I can fight against the Demon Emperor. Moreover, I have to face 500,000 demon soldiers, so I'm a bit hesitant. Xiaohua's words were very honest, far from the hypocritical excuses of an ordinary senior. This made everyone feel more at ease. A cultivator said with a smile, Senior, please rest assured. In fact, although there are only a dozen sects in the southwest border, there are millions of disciples. However, there aren't many experts in these sects, so it's difficult to resist the Demon Emperor. Senior defeated a dozen demon monarchs before. Although your cultivation isn't as high as the Demon Emperor, I'm afraid it's not much different. The heads of the 10 sects, plus Senior, should be able to hold on for several days. At this time, the news of the Demon Emperor's attack on the southwest border has already spread. In a few days, the disciples of the 3 great sects and other sects will come to the southwest border. Senior, you just need to delay until then. Wan Wuxin. Xiaohua nodded slightly, raised his hand and said, Give me your jade slip, I want to make a copy. No problem, Senior, please. Wan Wuxin hurriedly handed the jade slip to Xiaohua. At the same time, several other disciples hurriedly took out different jade slips from their spatial rings and handed them to Xiaohua one by one. They all seemed to be jade slips that recorded the demon race's language. After Xiao Hua made a copy of these jade slips, he looked at them slightly and said, I'm going to the southwest border. Is there a transmission array that can directly go there? Which disciple is willing to lead the way for me? I'm willing. Not only were the disciples of the 10 sects enthusiastic, Wan Wuxin, Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming also flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua looked at Yu Mingxin and Yu Changming and said with a smile, You two don't need to go. You've just escaped, so you should hurry back to the fragrant religion. Bring the southwest border matter back to the sect, and also my apology. When I return from the southwest border, I will pay a visit to your sect master. Yu Mingxin seemed to insist, but Xiao Hua shook his head at her and said, Moreover, Miss Yu's profound qi was damaged, so you must go back and recuperate. Otherwise, wouldn't my pills be wasted? If you still want to have a head full of white hair, you can follow me to the southwest border. Yu Ming Axan stuck out her tongue. Thinking back to her nightmarish experience, she nodded obediently. Let's go. Xiao Hua waved his hand and flew into the air. He shouted, We'll rush to the southwest border. I hope it won't be too late. Yes. The crowd of about 100 cultivators responded and followed Xiao Hua into the air. But after a short moment, Wan Wuxin turned his head and looked around, asking tentatively, Senior Xiao, could it be that we're just going to fly over like this? Xiao Hua's flying speed had long surpassed ordinary flying artifacts, so he didn't need to use the Pegasus, flying chariot, and other flying artifacts. Furthermore, he had just arrived at the ruins, so he wasn't familiar with anything in the ruins. Of course, he didn't know that there were other flying artifacts in the ruins other than teleportation formations. Xiao Hua smiled and said, This old man is someone from the outside world. I'm not familiar with the situation in the ruins, feel free to speak your mind. Yes, Senior. Wan Wuxin smiled apologetically. He looked around and said, Among the 10 sects in the southwest border, the one closest to here should be Baiyun Taoist Temple, right? Indeed. A Baiyun Taoist disciple hastily flew over and said, From here to my Baiyun Taoist Temple's Baixia Ridge, it's several million li. If we were to simply fly over, I'm afraid it would take several months. Although there are some teleportation formations in the middle, the closest teleportation formation is 1,000,000 li away. However, since the Devil Emperor wants to invade the southwest border, he would most likely seal off the southwest 4 territories, so those teleportation formations can't be used. Also, because this is the teleportation hub, there aren't any sects nearby. Another disciple added, the closest sect is Blood Palace Hall in the east. It's also 1,000,000 li away. That Blood Palace Hall is 2,000,000 li away from Baiyun Taoist Temple. Right now, the news has already been sent out through the passage near the teleportation formation, but even if Blood Palace Hall sends out disciples, they wouldn't be as fast as us. Furthermore, Blood Palace Hall has a grudge with Baiyun Taoist Temple, and 50 years ago, they were attacked by the devil race, so they probably wouldn't send out disciples to fight. Only when the 3 major sects, Incense-Spreading Cult, Shindao Sect, and Misty School, receive the news, the conference hall will jointly issue orders, and only then will the sects send out disciples to fight. Wan Wuxin continued, otherwise, I would have already told the other disciples. It's a bit messy. Xiao Hua scratched his head. He wasn't good at commanding, and now that he had just arrived at the ruins, he was completely clueless about the Daoist Devil War, so he was even more confused after hearing all the disciples talking at once. Fortunately, Wan Wuxin whispered from the side, Senior Xiao, the flames of war have spread throughout the ruins. Our Dao sect has more than 100 sections. Other than leaving enough disciples to guard the mountain gates, the other disciples have formed an army to fight against the devil race at the Outer Realm Great Array. The Devil Emperor suddenly left the battlefield and attacked the southwest border. Even if the army received the news, they would have to mobilize their troops immediately. Their actions are delayed, so they might not be able to save the 10 sections. Now, we have to rely on the disciples left behind by the other sections. Our Shandao sect, the 3 major sects, and the conference hall naturally wouldn't sit by and do nothing. However, if we had to use the teleportation formation to reach Blood Palace Hall and then fly to Baiyun Tao's temple, I'm afraid it would be too late. As for perfected person. At this point, Wan Wuxin was somewhat hesitant, and he transmitted his voice, "Senior, you don't have to take my words seriously when I asked you to save Baiyun Tao's temple." "Oh. Why?" Xiao Hua was stunned and asked curiously, "Since I'm going to Baiyun Tao's temple, why can't I save them?" Senior's cultivation is heaven-defying and has already reached the Dao transformation realm, but the Devil Emperor is personally commanding 500,000 devil soldiers. Senior, you definitely can't face them alone. Moreover, Senior doesn't have to fight the Devil Emperor for real. Wan Wuxin explained, with Senior's divine ability, as long as you appear near Baiyun Tao's temple and disturb the Devil Army, the Devil Emperor will know that their plan has been discovered by our Dao sect cultivators. They will definitely retreat and definitely won't be besieged by our Dao sect army. Oh. Xiao Hua came to a realization and nodded. I understand. You want me to disturb the Devil Emperor and make him mistakenly think that the army is coming. Yes. Wan Wuxin nodded. That's exactly what Junior meant. In other words, it doesn't matter whether you go or not. Xiao Hua looked at Wan Wuxin and asked meaningfully. Wan Wuxin's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly replied, "Senior, you're overthinking. This news was brought by me. I don't know whether others will go or not, but I will definitely go with Senior." "Then let's go together." Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. "Why do you still ask us if we can fly over?" "Senior." Wan Wuxin was somewhat helpless and could only say, "What Junior means is that if we fly over like this, I'm afraid that the Devil Emperor will have already destroyed the 10 southwestern sections. If we have some flying Dharma treasure or some spatial transmission secret technique, our speed will be faster." Xiao Hua sighed. "Wan Wuxin, if you have anything to say, just say it. Who knows what you're going to say if you keep being secretive and only say half a sentence?" Yes, Junior understands." Wan Wuxin's forehead was somewhat sweaty, but he was also secretly complaining in his heart. There were some things that he could say directly to Senior, but there were some things that he couldn't say for the sake of Senior's face. How could he know that Senior Xiao Hua knew nothing about the ruins and had to ask about everything? "Don't you have flying Dharma treasures?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. "Naturally, we all have flying Dharma treasures." Wan Wuxin carefully replied, "However, our flying Dharma treasures are relatively low level and are only used for short distances. For long-distance flights, we usually use transmission arrays." Therefore, what Junior means is, does Senior have a Dharma treasure for long-distance flights? If you do, we can ride Senior's Dharma treasure and directly go there. Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughed, waved his hand, and said, "If it was before, this old man naturally didn't have one. But before we arrived at the ruins, this old man just happened to build a flying boat. Now, it can be used." As Xiao Hua waved his arm, a clap of thunder was heard out of thin air. Soon after, a huge black shadow appeared in front of everyone. A thunderous momentum rushed out from the black shadow, blowing all the cultivators to the point that they couldn't stand steadily. When everyone saw the thing that appeared in mid-air, their eyes unconsciously widened, and their faces were full of surprise. In mid-air, a thunderboat that was several thousand feet in size flashed with endless lightning, majestically floating there. The thunderboat was entirely ashen in color, and on the surface of the thunderboat, there were clear runes that flowed in the shape of lightning. The bow of the thunderbolt was like a flying sword, and a layer of lightning arc was produced, instantly passing through the surface of the thunderbolt and landing on the stern of the thunderbolt. The stern of the thunderbolt was also like a flying sword, but when the lightning reached the tip of the flying sword, it turned into a sphere of lightning that was 1 foot in size and entered the thunderbolt. As the lightning arc flashed, the entire thunderbolt let out a rumbling sound. This rumbling sound was incessant, and it seemed to resonate in everyone's heart. Huan Wuxin and the other cultivators of the ancient ruins had seen many flying Dharma artifacts. Some of them might be bigger than this thunderbolt, and some of them might be more majestic than this thunderbolt. However, they had never seen a flying Dharma artifact that was driven by lightning. Huan Wuxin groaned, and asked somewhat weakly, "Senior, this flying boat of yours, how many primordial stones do you need to drive it?" If I need to use primordial stones to drive it, then this old man will be poor to death after flying for a while. I'm afraid that no matter how many primordial stones I have, it won't be enough." Xiaohua laughed, waved his hand, and said, "Everyone, get on." "Yes, senior." The disciples were overjoyed, and they all flew onto the thunderbolt. When they arrived on the thunderbolt, the disciples realized that the thunderbolt was covered with puppets. These puppets were in human form, and some were in beast form. They were either driving the flying boat or patrolling the thunderbolt. Everything was in good order. Huan Wuxin, Xiaohua shouted, "Do we fly directly to the southwest?" "Yes, senior." Huan Wuxin hurriedly replied, "At this time, we just need to fly to the southwest." While speaking, Huan Wu Axian pointed in the southwest direction, as if drawing legs on a snake. Chapter 4089. All right. Xiaohua nodded and raised his hand to form hand seals, hitting a few puppets who were the leaders. Then, he hit a few more hand seals at the core of the thunderbolt. There was a small lightning pool there. As the lightning pool flickered, thin lightning water flowed out. The thunderbolt rushed towards the southwest with a rumbling sound. Xiaohua had obtained a damaged thunder-concealing bead from Daoist Han in the Misty Mountain Maze Formation back then. Xiaohua relied on this thunder-concealing bead and Do Shanjuan's cultivation method to cultivate the art of lightning to great success. When he was building the thunderbolt, he suddenly had a strange idea. He abandoned the thunderbolt's origin stone formation and used a lightning pool instead. This lightning pool was built by Xiaohua according to his comprehension of the thunder-concealing bead's true essence of lightning. Although it was not perfect, it was more than enough to provide lightning for the thunderbolt. With this lightning pool, the thunderbolt built by Xiaohua was more than twice as fast as the thunderbolt of the Thunder Control sect. The thunderbolt flew up. Xiaohua looked at Huan Wuxin and said with a smile, "Huan Wuxin, what's your cultivation level now?" Huan Wuxin answered respectfully, "Senior, please no. Junior's aptitude is dull. I'm only in the Qi refinement realm." Qi refinement realm? Xiaohua was stunned. However, he understood in a moment that this Qi refinement realm was definitely not the Qi refinement realm that he knew. Moreover, the Void Refinement Realm that Yu Mingxin mentioned earlier was definitely not the Void Refinement Realm that he knew. He thought for a moment and asked, "How are the cultivation realms in the ruins divided?" "Senior." Huan Wuxin was slightly stunned. His eyes rolled a few times and he understood something. Hence, he answered honestly, "The cultivation of the ruins is divided into 8 major realms: Essence Refinement, Qi Transformation, Deity Transformation, Void Transformation, and Dao Transformation. There are 9 levels in each realm." Xiaohua was dumbfounded. The division of the realms in the ruins was almost the same as the division of the Confucian cultivators. Except for the last realm, the Confucian cultivators were the void refinement realm. However, the Tao sect of the ruins separated each realm of the Confucian cultivators into two. They were also divided into 9 levels. Damn it, what's going on? Xiao Hua cursed in his heart and casually said, "Show this old man your cultivation method." Ah. Wan Wuxin was stunned and hesitated. Xiao Hua glanced at him unhappily and said, "There's no need to use your Shindao sect's cultivation method. Ordinary cultivation methods will do." Yes, Junior knows his mistake. Wan Wuxin blushed and hurriedly took out a jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua immersed his spirit sense into the jade slip and took a look. His brows wrinkled even more. Inside the jade slip was a simple cultivation method. There were only 3 realms: essence refining, qi transforming, and qi refining. What was recorded inside were genuine Tao sect cultivation techniques. What magic arts, magic power, and so on were all similar to the hidden immortal continent and dawn rain continent. However, the essence of cultivation was completely different from what Xiao Hua knew. The cultivators in the ruins did not cultivate their nascent souls, but their primordial spirits. Damn it, it's really messed up. Xiao Hua scratched his head. What the hell is going on? The true essence of Confucian cultivation was to cultivate the breath of life in the chest. Cultivating the 5 qis unification. However, they took the wrong path. I don't know when they started to cultivate their primordial spirits and pursue power like the Tao sect. My Tao sect originally stole the power of heaven and earth and communicated with yin and yang to give birth to babies. We focused on cultivating our nascent souls. How come we started to cultivate our primordial spirits here? In the end, who is the authentic one and who is the reference? The essence of my Tao sect's cultivation, could it be that it was also lost? Could it be that this Xiao also practiced wrongly? My Tao sect is the one that cultivates primordial spirits. It seems like, even if this Xiao wants to keep the ruins, I'm afraid it's impossible. The path of cultivation is completely different. Without cultivation methods, without medicinal pills, there's simply no way to stand out. Unless this Xiao is willing to give up this Mahayana realm and cultivate from the beginning. This Xiao's final path is still to return to the hidden immortal continent's great snow mountain. Xiao Hua waved his hand and returned the jade slip to Wan Wuxin, letting him go. He then stood on the flying boat and looked out of the thunderboat. Seeing the thunderboat piercing through the sky as if it was splitting the wind and cutting the waves, unbridled and fast as lightning in the sky above the ruins, the group of disciples was also drunk. Because they knew clearly in their hearts that the devil race had besieged the ruins for hundreds of years and had gone through countless battles in the ruins. The devil race was proficient in spatial escape technique. During the battles, the space of the righteous ruins was destroyed by the devil race. Don't look at the clear and cloudless blue sky, who knows how many black holes and space cracks existed in it. The flying magic tools of ordinary cultivators were the most afraid of these things and never dared to fly at full speed. Only the large magic tools within the sect dared to try to increase their speed. However, if it was like the thunderboat that was rampaging, there really wasn't any. In fact, not to mention the group of disciples, even Xiao Hua himself was so proud that he wanted to raise his tail. After this thunderboat was built, it had always been in the space and had never been taken out to fly. When it was flying, Xiao Hua released his divine sense to monitor the abnormal situation in front of him. When a space crack appeared, Xiao Hua tried to use the thunderboat's lightning to destroy it. When the huge body of the thunderboat entered the void, the power of space in the crack was about to tear the thunderboat apart. Xiao Hua discovered that the wood he obtained in the folded jade legacy realm was 100 times better than the iron palm wood in the Yazi auction house. Although it was slightly deformed under the power of space, the overflowing lightning on the surface of the thunderbolt caused the power of space to sway, so this thunderbolt wouldn't be torn apart. Finally, Xiaohua felt relieved and sat cross-legged on the top of the thunderbolt. He released his netherworld origin power and absorbed the wandering souls into the yin side of the space. Along with the descent of the wandering souls from the ruins, the population on the yang side of the space, after thousands of years of stagnation, began to multiply at an accelerated rate. A vigorous life force floated in the space, converged, fused into the void, and fell into the body of the heavenly Tao Xiaohua. At the same time, even more karma that was 10,000 times more complex than the life force also fell into the hands of the karma Xiaohua. Although thousands of years had passed in the space and 20,000 years had passed in the heavens prison, the cultivation of the heavenly Tao Xiaohua and the karma Xiaohua still didn't make much progress. However, the divination technique given by Jiu Xia had made considerable progress under the comprehension of the karma Xiaohua. Those comprehensions had already been obtained by Xiaohua when the Jade Archive entered the space. Currently, Xiaohua didn't know how effective this divination technique was. However, when he thought about how he was able to deduce some karma through the divination technique when he was merely at the 5th grade of essence energy, Xiaohua had high hopes for this divine ability. Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua slightly frowned and looked ahead. He opened his mouth and was about to remind some of the disciples who were meditating around the thunderbolt. However, after thinking for a while, he closed his mouth. Then, he rubbed his hands and a thumb-sized crystal radiance landed on the thunderbolt. Buzz! A loud rumbling sound resounded from the edge of the thunderbolt. Several lightning flashes appeared and strengthened the defense of the thunderbolt by several times. At the same time, the speed of the thunderbolt increased by 30%. In just the time it took to eat a meal, the sky in front of the thunderbolt was covered with dense blood clouds. Blood shadows that were thousands of zhang in size were roaring in the blood clouds. These blood shadows were either holding demonic artifacts or white bones. They looked extremely malevolent. Following the blood clouds, blood water flowed like a waterfall. The blood water enveloped the space within 10,000 li. Moreover, in the air 10,000 li away, groups of demonic soldiers holding demonic artifacts roared and danced in the air while riding on demonic beasts. Xiaohua, who was sitting on the thunderbolt, had long sensed that the number of wandering souls in the vicinity was several times more than before. Wan Wuxin didn't really calm down to cultivate. On one hand, he was somewhat apprehensive about the accuracy of his information. On the other hand, he was also pondering about what happened after he met Xiaohua. Previously, when Xiaohua activated the thunderbolt's defense, he was already vigilant. When he saw the blood clouds in the distance, Wan Wuxin suddenly stood up and shouted, "Daoist Xiao, there's a demonic array of the demon race in front of us." Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, this old man has already seen it." But Wan Wuxin shouted again, "Daoist Xiao has already seen it. Why are you still moving forward? Let this old man ask you, is this the main battlefield of the Daoist and demon war?" Xiaohua asked indifferently as he watched the bloody waterfall in the distance with narrowed eyes. Xiaohua had the soul cultivator Xiaohua activate his soul arts and control his netherworld origin power. Wan Wuxin was taken aback, and naturally shook his head. Of course this is not the main battlefield. Since this is not the main battlefield, could the so-called Demon King be here? Should not be. Since that's the case, what do I have to fear? Moreover, if the Demon King is here, it would save me a trip to the southwest border. As he spoke, Xiaohua slapped the top of his head. His Mahayana aura rushed out and rushed toward the blood clouds in the distance. Seeing that the huge blood clouds were violently swaying under the impact of his aura, Xiaohua couldn't help but frown slightly. Good. Since Daoist Xiao is willing to fight, then we'll bathe in blood with you. Wan Wuxin and the others were also fired up by Xiao Hua's words, and all of them prepared to charge out of the lightning arc. Boom! Just as the blood clouds were swaying, the roar of countless beasts erupted from the blood clouds. The entire blood clouds were torn into millions of pieces, and hundreds of devilish soldiers mounted on devilish beasts flew out from the clouds. At the same time that the blood clouds were torn apart, the spiritual sense concealment formation was opened, and Xiao Hua was able to clearly see that the devilish army was densely packed with devilish soldiers. From a distance, each and every one of them looked like a bunch of green-headed flies. After a quick sweep of his spiritual sense, Xiao Hua could already tell that there were over 100,000 devilish soldiers. Xiao Hua couldn't help but draw a sharp breath as he exclaimed, "If there are over 100,000 devilish soldiers on this side, then wouldn't there be 600,000 devilish soldiers on all sides? How could there be so many of them?" Xiao Hua had never been very sensitive to numbers. Even though he had experienced the Daoist sword battle on the Dawn Rain continent, the total number of people who participated in that battle was only in the hundreds of thousands. When had he ever seen 600,000 devilish soldiers in a Daoist sword battle? Since there were 600,000 devilish soldiers, then what about the Daoist cultivators? Naturally, there would be no less than this number. Thinking back to how he had prepared to use this lightning arc to attack the devilish formation, Xiao Hua felt that he had been far too arrogant. Chapter 4090. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua had already spoken too confidently. Now that the spilled water couldn't be undone, he could only charge forward. However, although there were several tens of thousands of devil soldiers, their strength was limited. Xiao Hua's remorse slowly dissipated. He was now in the Mahayana realm. The void divine ability that the devil race was so proud of was just a show in front of him. Although it was somewhat difficult to kill several tens of thousands of devil soldiers by himself, it wasn't impossible if he used all his methods. Crackle crackle. In the air, a series of explosions resounded. Xiao Hua's pressure was blocked by the tens of thousands of devil soldiers. Moreover, in the midst of the explosions, waves of bloody impact landed on Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace, causing Xiao Hua to have an indescribable feeling of dizziness. Xiao Hua knew that this was the devil race's method to deal with Dao experts. Thus, he smiled and withdrew his pressure. Then, he slapped his forehead. Clang! A sound of metal and stone rang out. A nascent soul hand that was several hundred kilometers in size flickered with faint golden light as it fell from the sky. What divine ability is this? Ordinary nascent soul divine abilities in the Dawn Rain continent were already rare divine abilities in the ruins. Wan Wuxin and the others were somewhat flabbergasted. The large golden hand descended, forcibly imprisoning more than 10,000 devil soldiers. However, the devil inscriptions around the devil soldiers flickered with strange fluctuations. Although their resistance was weak, they still stubbornly resisted. Xiao Hua's large hand grabbed and only killed about 2,000 devil soldiers. These devil soldiers were all huge in size, but when they fell into Xiao Hua's hand, their bodies rapidly shrank. Woo! The large hand quickly tightened, causing a gust of wind to rise near him. Countless devil blood splattered, and specks of devil fire fell into the air. Just like that, the 2,000 devil soldiers were turned into blood paste by Xiao Hua's hand. That gust of wind was Soul Cultivator Xiao Hua activating his netherworld origin power. Whether it was the souls of the devil soldiers or the souls of the humans on the devil artifacts, they were all absorbed into his space. Moreover, at the same time Xiaohua activated his divine ability, the exterminating devil flames and devil blood were condensed into a fist-sized pearl and fell into his body for the devil spirit Xiaohua to cultivate. Immediately after, Xiaohua clawed 2 more times, killing close to 5,000 demon soldiers. When he was about to claw for the 4th time, the several tens of thousands of demon soldiers released powerful ripples at the same time. The rhythm of these ripples was similar, and along with the ripples, devil flames and devil blood flew into the air. The several tens of thousands of ripples were like tens of thousands of weak little blades of grass, blocking Xiaohua's hand. The devil flames and devil blood then formed a several thousand zhang tall demon body in the air. The devil body had just been born when a fist smashed towards Xiaohua's large hand. The inky black fist was crushed by the massive hand, and at the same time, the light emanating from the hand dimmed significantly. Xiaohua's nascent soul hand was vanquished by tens of thousands of devilish soldiers. "Damn it, it's a bit strange," Xiaohua muttered. Above his head, a huge pillar of light suddenly appeared. After entering the void, it instantly hit the devil body's head. The devil body's black chi and devil blood disappeared in the pillar of light, and the huge void was repaired in a moment. Everyone on the lightning boat watched such a wonderful battle with extraordinary splendor in their eyes. When Xiaohua's attack was thwarted, Wan Wuxin shouted, "Senior Xiao, this devil body is the condensation of the devil spirits of tens of thousands of devil soldiers. It's not a real devil body. Junior has heard of our Dao Sex primordial spirit devouring technique. It's very effective." Damn it. Xiaohua was helpless. He laughed bitterly in his heart. This Xiao only cultivates the nascent soul, not the primordial spirit. How would I know about the primordial spirit devouring technique? Although Xiaohua didn't know about the primordial spirit devouring technique, he knew about lightning arts. A dark green brilliance appeared on his forehead, and green seal characters fell into the air. Rumble. The space within hundreds of kilometers was filled with 3 corpses in lightning, killing more than half of the devil body. The power of the lightning arts seems to have increased greatly in the ruins. Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile. He thought in his heart and shouted again, "Sit tight and watch this old man's moves." Huan Wuxin hastily sat down cross-legged, while Xiaohua urged the thunderboat to speed up once again. Boom boom. The sound of space trembling could be heard as the thunderboat crushed the somewhat transparent devil body. The thunderbolts on the thunderboat shattered the devil body. Under the lightning boat's attack, nearly 30% of the tens of thousands of devil soldiers fell from the sky. Immediately after, the lightning boat rushed into the blood-colored waterfall under the blood clouds. The blood-colored waterfall was abnormally tough. When the bow of the lightning boat landed on it, it actually couldn't pierce through it. Following which, the entire thunder ship let out an even louder roar as several lightning bolts charged into the blood-colored waterfall. It was as though the entire world was trembling as the lightning bolts tore a crack in the blood-colored waterfall. As soon as the crack appeared, countless demons pounced on the thunder ship, baring their fangs as they tore at the thunder ship. Blood even dripped onto the thunder ship and flowed down. Dang, dang, dang. The sounds of devil weapons hitting the lightning boat frightened Wan Wuxin and the others, causing goosebumps to appear all over their bodies. Rumble, rumble. The lightning on the lightning boat seemed to be endless. It flickered continuously, and its power didn't decrease at all. After every lightning bolt, all the blood would disappear, and all the devils would be killed and turned into powder. The lightning boat's invincibility was revealed once again. Xiaohua, who was controlling the thunder ship, saw through the defense of the thunder ship and saw the demon formation clearly. Just as he had expected, the inside of the demon formation was filled with blood stains. Every 10 feet of blood stains, there would be a demon. The lightning boat traveled for hundreds of miles, and it seemed as though it was traveling through a blood sea in the netherworld. Alas, things are getting out of hand. Xiaohua sighed. This Taoist devil war really has many things that this Xiao can easily participate in. If not for the lightning pool driving the lightning boat, this Xiao would have lost face. Just as Xiaohua was thinking, a powerful divine sense penetrated from afar. Although a part of it was eroded by the devil array, it still easily landed on the lightning boat. Of course, the lightning boat's defense blocked the probing of this divine sense. When this divine sense landed, several lightning bolts even hit it. When the divine sense saw how powerful the lightning boat was, it hurriedly withdrew. Xiaohua quickly released his divine sense and was about to make contact with that divine sense. Woo! At this moment, all the demonic soldiers and demonic generals within the demonic array quickly dodged. A blood-colored demonic golem that was almost 10,000 feet tall flew over from afar. This demonic golem was surging with black flames. Strands of black flames and demonic blood coiled around the demonic golem's body, forming huge knots. Within these knots, there were many demonic generals dancing and roaring. It looked very much like a simple demonic armor. As soon as the devil statue came out, it flapped its wings and a hurricane suddenly appeared. Its tail had already landed on the lightning boat. Boom! The entire lightning boat's defense cracked like glass. The lightning was suffocating, and the whole lightning boat rolled in the devil array. Roar! Just as the devil statue was about to stretch out its devil claws and tear the lightning boat apart, Xiaohua roared and rushed out with the wishful steel staff in his hand. As soon as Xiaohua flew out, he was only a few dozen feet in size. Then, his whole body flashed with a bronze brilliance. Boom! A strong moonlight fell from the sky. Not only did it tear a crack in the demonic array, but it also fell on Xiaohua's Dharma body. His Transcendence golden body also expanded rapidly. In just a few breaths, a golden body that was as tall as a demon statue also stood in the demonic array. How could Xiaohua give the devil statue a chance? As soon as the golden body was formed, he immediately stepped on the demon cloud and waved the wishful steel staff at the devil statue. Roar! The devil statue was obviously angry. It waved its devil wings, and its claws and 4 feet reached into the void at the same time. It actually grabbed Xiaohua from all directions. Woo-woo! The wishful steel staff danced and protected Xiaohua's body. It was watertight. Boom boom. With a series of vibrations, the attack of the devil statue seemed to be hit by the wishful steel staff at the same time. The wishful steel staff was heavy, and Xiaohua's current strength was even more incredible. Ao. The devil statue roared in pain and its figure retreated quickly. Gotcha! Another flash of lightning, and Xiaohua's golden body suddenly fell in front of the devil statue. Boom! With a loud noise, Xiaohua's fist had smashed into the body of the devil statue. A black flame mixed with demon blood sprayed out and fell on Xiaohua's arm. Zilala! The sound of corrosion filled the world again. However, the demon blood only corroded the bronze brilliance of the golden body a little. When the surface of the golden body was covered with a faint layer of demonic qi, the demon blood and black flame slowly disappeared. Woo! The devil statue was in great pain. Its claws danced in the air, and the previous sound of the wind fell on Xiaohua's arms. Cha-cha! An obscure sound came from the surface of Xiaohua's body. The devil statue's claws flashed with bright blood. Looking at Xiaohua's arms, there were several shallow cracks, but it did not penetrate the flesh at all. Hee hee. The devil statue was obviously shocked. It did not expect the golden body of the human cultivator opposite it to be so strong. At the same time, the devil statue's left wing hurriedly chopped down, trying to force Xiaohua to pull his arm out of the devil statue. Unfortunately, at the same time, Xiaohua's arm blocked it without fear. Caw! Once again, there was a sound of metal. The devil statue's left wing was beaten into a bloody mess, and it had to retreat quickly. Good. In the distance, a figure of 100 feet in size stepped on a flying sword and rushed into the demonic array. Seeing such a brave person like Xiaohua, it could not help but shout out to him. Xiaohua glanced at the armored cultivator and swayed again, smashing the head of the devil statue with the wishful steel staff. The devil statue waved its claws as it retreated, and 2 demonic hammers appeared out of nowhere. These demonic hammers were as big as mountains. Woo-woo. They made a whistling sound and smashed the wishful steel staff. Fellow Daoist, don't fight with this devil monarch. This kind of devil monarch is very powerful. If fellow Daoist has a powerful spell, you can use it and kill him. The cultivator had not finished speaking. AO. Several devil generals had already flown out from the demonic array, waving their devil weapons and urging their magical powers to stop him, forcing him to not even finish his words. You're tuning in to the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.